We are live. Welcome to the RedBlue Pod number 60. How are you, Cole?
Pretty good. How about you?
I'm good as well. Uh, Good news. Like 2 weeks from now, we will have Polis on, and in case people don't know who Polis is, he is a YouTuber out there. He is quite small, but I find his videos very entertaining. And he's been watching for the first time Smallville, and he is about to finish to watch the entire show. So we will have him on as a guest 2 weeks
What,
from
what
now.
what's his channel name?
Polus. I will basically mark down
Okay.
Polus. There we go.
I just needed the spelling because yeah.
I will link the channel. Um, and it's very interesting because he has told me he has seen some of our podcasts there, so that's one good thing. I need to find the right one, Smallville, because right now the result is kind of weird. Um, there you go. I
Oh,
found the right one. Um, I will link
okay.
his channel over here.
Yeah, I see. I think I found it. It's the one with doesn't have like 400 subs or.
Yeah, 406 subs. Yeah,
Yeah, okay. Yeah, at first I thought it was POLIS, so I got confused. But then I searched in that way. And yeah, I found it. He's definitely done some movie reviews, and yeah, this is
I found him very entertaining, and we've been talking for like many months. But I was more talking in his comment section, and he was talking in mine. So we never really contacted each other because we had no ways. And recently, he just opened up his Twitter, or he linked it to his YouTube, and I was able to find his Twitter, and this is how we were able to message each
nice.
other.
Definitely sub to him. Yeah, just don't tell MSK about him, or else he'll send him 500 DMs harassing him to come on his channel.
But yeah, Polis is he sounds and seems like a very good guy. I cannot wait to have him and to talk him on the podcast, and I really hope you will like it. I basically sent him that thing if he's interested to come many times when we covered Smallville. He is welcomed, and he was like, "We'll see if the first time goes well." So I hope the first time will go well. Um, so that was like somewhat of the intro, but I gotta say, man, our episode we did last week with Barbie and stuff, that's our highest viewed episode in the podcast. I'm surprised considering how small my channel is and how many people tend to watch the playback, because people do watch the playback, they just don't watch it live. But usually our numbers is between like 35-ish to like 60. Last week 124, man. So I think that's like the perfect time to thank anyone that has come last week, because I think parts of the reason why it was so big is them, and of course the movies we covered as well. um but yeah, um, I'd suggest we can start today with some of the movies I can bet nobody has seen outside of us too.
Mm,
Um, I'd suggest the Dirties because that's like the first movie I had seen this week. Well, actually, no, that was Nimona, but we will keep Nimona for a bit later because I think Zail or Pupkin will join us later on. I hope she will. I really hope. The invite has been sent, and she knows we covered that. She really likes animation. That's why I know she has seen it. So let's hope she will eventually jump in. So, what did you think of the Dirties? Cole? Are you there, Cole? Cole? Something happened to Cole. Oh crap, his internet. Don't tell me. Okay. Cole is coming back.
Damn,
I
I
got
think,
scared.
just wow, they don't want this stream to happen today. Internet literally went out right as you said that line. Let's talk about the Dirties. It's and internet went out, and I'm on my phone right now because the internet usually takes like 5 minutes to reload on my laptop. But once it does, I'll join back on there since it's easier. But yeah, it
I
takes
got
a.
scared. I was like, nobody has joined, and Cole just lagged out or something happened to his internet.
It's cold because this week. I mean, I didn't expect too much of it, but also, I mean, we can. It's fine. We've been used to doing a one-on-one anyway. But yeah, maybe Marvel DC has some family issues or something. I don't know, but we'll see. But yeah, I guess I'll start it off though with also for some reason I can't find a headset plug-in for my phone. This is weird.
I can bet these are his neighbors. His neighbors, man. His neighbors. His neighbors. His neighbors. Cole's neighbors are the extreme worst enemy. I really hope. I really hope this. Um, I hope DC is doing fine. We haven't heard of him. Oh crap! More lagging out. Amazing. Cole will be back. Don't you worry about that. In the meantime, I will try to entertain you folks with my lovely voice. Um, I really hope we can have Chillmonger. Oh, there you go. Speaking of the shark, how are you,
Yeah.
DC?
Doing good. Last couple of days have definitely rough. Literally, I just went to bed for a bit. It's something I sometimes do, and I then woke up and checked and realized, oh wait, what time is it? And I realized it was 5:46. I was like, oh crap, I need to get ready for the podcast. But yeah,
I'm glad you were able to make it. I was kind of worried just before you
yeah,
joined in. I was like, I hope he's doing fine. I hope nothing happened. And you're there. I'm glad. How are
I'm
you?
sorry,
Like outside of
DoorDash.
the last
My
few
bad.
days? Yeah. So how are you today? As of today, how are you, DC?
today was average just because of school, but yeah, for the most part. I've been doing good. Yeah, I've been trying to work myself mentally for a bit just to prepare. But yeah, so far I've been doing fine. Even though the last couple of days have definitely been rough.
That's good. So what did you have time to watch?
I only had time to watch Minoma or Nimona. That
Nimona. Okay.
yeah.
Um. So we thought we could have that one on hold for maybe a bit later because Popkin she was there last week and she has seen it and maybe she will join us eventually. So maybe we'll keep it on hold for now. So
All right.
do you mind being spoiled about the dirties?
Yeah.
Or
Unfortunately, I did not have time for that.
but do you
Alright.
mind being spoiled about it because
I'm fine.
that was the first movie we plan on talking about. But
Uh,
if you don't mind about it,
Yeah,
we
I don't
can.
mind. Yeah, I don't
yeah,
mind. Don't worry
my
about
bad. God, I swear to God, my internet just like goes out suddenly again, and then I have to switch
it.
back over to my phone. I'm gonna fucking lose it. Oh my God, because it has happened before. But anyway, so yeah,
At
the
least you're
dirties
coming
were.
back. Last time this happened, you didn't come back because it was like
Yeah,
for
because
20 minutes. At
Yeah.
least now you
yes,
can
and I
come
would
back.
have switched over to my phone, but the problem was I forgot to charge it.
Ooh. So Yeah, DC, do you mind if we spoil you the
Yeah, it's
Dirties?
fine. It's
It's
fine.
fine?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay,
So the
so yeah,
Dirties will be the first topic, and I guess it will be followed by
yeah.
Supergirl, so DC can at least participate. So,
hmm
the Dirties, what did you think of it? Cole?
Yeah, well, I have a lot to say, so this is probably the most I'll have to say this today. So I will try to go as quickly as I can. But yeah, so this was the debut film by a director called Matt Johnson from Canada, and this is basically how he got his popularity and learning about him. And he got a lot of fame for this film basically, and ever since then he got funded by studios like HBO for other projects like the other things we're going to talk about, Operation Avalanche and Nirvana, the band, the show, and Blackberry and other studios and projects. But this is what he started out with, and basically made this with his friends for with a budget of $10,000, which is literally nothing. If you know how filmmaking works, that's literally nothing. Like, I don't even think you can properly buy camera equipment for $10,000. So yeah, this is very guerrilla filmmaking style. And also the other thing is most of this film is improvising, and it even changes up to script and stuff depending on what happens in scenes. And this is a theme that you'll see in a lot of his films, like and shows, especially the one show where it's literally like all improvising and on the spots, which we'll talk about next week, starting next week. But yeah, like for example, the opening scene with the kids. Yeah, that they weren't actors. They literally just stood there in the park and waited for somebody to come, so then they could like set up a certain storyline for the film like that would work. And then they came along, and yeah, it's all like improvised and pretty much like a lot of this film. So that's another thing about it. But yeah, I mean the way they utilize their budget in this, I thought is fantastic, and especially at the ages they made this at, it is so rare to see a film and a production like this from someone as a debut who already has like a clear understanding of proper filmmaking in every area and how to work with a non-existent budget. Basically, there wasn't really like a single character or performance scene in this that really felt unrealistic. It all felt natural, and the actors were fantastic.
I think his internet caught off again with natural. Cole! Cole! No. So, yeah, DC.
Yeah.
I heard you didn't like Nimona.
Oh, there's so much I hated about that.
Cole, what is up with you?
Okay.
So now we got two Coles. We
Switching
got
back
two
to my
Coles.
PC 'cause I tried it. Yeah, I'm not switching back to this because I don't trust it anymore. It's gonna keep fucking going out my internet. So I'm just gonna stay on my phone now. Sorry if the audio is different, but anyway, so I don't know what part I cut off at, but do you remember?
You finished with natural.
Yeah, right. Okay, so yeah, there were. Let me see where that was natural here. Yeah, it all felt natural, and they all felt like actual high school students and how they behave and have conversations and such, which Hollywood seems to get wrong all the time in films. Like they seem to not understand how actual school students and kids actually, act and have conversations and such. But this film gets it right, I would say. And
I
also
agree.
love, yeah, and I love the tropes of just like highlighting the Columbine shooting and how this film was, very accurately going through the steps of how they and also how others in general become shooters sometimes, while also mocking it as well with how stupid and avoidable it all is, which yeah, and it also highlights how in the grand scheme of things these bullies don't really matter and have no power over you, and just don't close yourself off or let them get to you and try to make and just try to make other friends and act normal, and basically it'll have no effect because yeah, they just, with how they are, yeah, if you just do that, then they like won't even go near you and touch you, which shows, like again in the grand scheme of things, how they really don't matter, and especially how school in general, like after you get out doesn't really matter in the end, and how they're all just stupid. And shows like both sides of the coin, like one character learning that, and learning how like not so serious small issues are, especially with when he's with his music teacher, which is also an actor, again another friend he works with.
Another friend he works with. That's the last thing you said. Cool. What is going on with you today? His phone died on him now.
Yeah, either that
Oh,
or
sorry,
maybe.
can you hear me?
Yeah,
You cut off. I
What the
forgot
fuck?
where exactly.
So, God, where did I cut off at?
That was after Columbine. I can't remember exactly where.
Right, okay, this is, my phone's freezing as well, even though it has internet. What? This is so weird. Why the fuck is this starting to happen now anyway? But again, I think I was talking about how, yeah, I love the tropes highlighting the Columbine shooting, I believe, and how this film accurately goes through the steps of how, one would become that, but also showing how stupid, again, and avoidable it all is. And also just highlights how, in the grand scheme of things, also, I'm just making sure this doesn't freeze. Uh, Cam's moving, right?
I
Yep.
see your icon flashing when you talk, which is
Uh,
normal.
okay. Yeah, I'm just making sure your cam's moving so it's not fucking frozen because this is happening 3 times now.
It froze again.
No, I'm just making sure it doesn't. I'm just making sure I see your cam moving so I know it isn't. But yeah, again, and it also just highlights in the grand scheme of things how these bullies don't matter and they have really like no power. And you shouldn't just close yourself off and try to and just act normal. Make some friends and just ignore them, and because literally they don't matter and they have no power. And also, stuff after school really doesn't matter that much. And it shows both sides of things. One, how, again, one kid who realizes that, and especially with his music teacher, which he learns things, with, and realizes that certain small things really isn't like as big of a deal as it, as he thinks, and which also the music teacher in that will also be one of the main two actors in Nirvana, the band, the show, when we watch it. But and then the other side, of course, is the the more troubled kid and how he does the complete opposite and what it leads to, basically. And I think that was very interesting. But yeah, because of the low budget, there were obviously going to be some issues with things such as audio, light, and filmmaking, and some of the logic and so on that some films would have. But what this film does smart with, and what other filmmakers should probably take notes with, on, is it adds it into the story, so then it isn't like a flaw. So what it basically does is, hold on, your cam's moving, right? Yeah, okay, good. Okay, so not frozen, but yeah, what it basically does, is it takes where there were flaws and goofy moments and makes it sort of part of the universe and part of the story, such as, explaining why people are kind of filming them by adding them into the story, sort of, and purposely having like buggy mic issues and, but, cheesy, like, music jumps at points, like they add it into the story where then it is, part of it. So it isn't like as much as like, oh, this is a filmmaking flaw. They added into it, and I think that was very smart of them to do with, the low budget they had, since there are obviously going to be issues like that. Like, for example, anytime there's like music playing, they didn't jump cut it to them in like post production, like editing it on their laptop, which shows, all the music in the film is from scenes of them in the editing room instead of just like randomly being there, which I think is a very smart choice, and patches up any like illogical things, I think, and also adds to the authenticity, especially in the opening credits where they literally have like the editing software credited. But yes, see, this is also stuff that I think even $250 million dollar productions get wrong. So But let's see. It also has a lot of moments that highlights the Columbine shooting in terms of how the media is obsessed with thinking that movies and video games cause it. So because of that, they have the characters being addicted to violent or offensive movies and constantly quoting them in scenes such as the one line from Blazing Saddles with the badges. What they made, like with the shooting up the teacher, like
I
and
actually didn't get that one because we have seen that movie so long ago. I
yeah.
actually forgot about
Yeah,
that one.
it was the joke scene where they were like signing people up, and there was a group of Mexicans like badges. We don't need no stinking badges. Yeah, but yeah, that was a line from it, and there's many like that from like violent or controversial films like that. So it kind of which adds to the like painting them as like being addicted to violent movies or video games, and oh, that's the cause of it, and even had them like wearing like Doom shirts and stuff. Yeah, but anyway, just like in also Operation Avalanche and Nirvana, the band, the show, which is full. We talk about the Dirties move the moment. Yep, sorry, which is full of that in the show again. As I said, there's many moments where they have real people who are not part of the production show up and do stuff in it without realizing it is for a film to get genuine reactions for scenes such as the bonfire scene with certain people and to the interviews in the beginning about bullying and asking for the maps at that one place. That was all legit. That was no acting there by the supporting people there. Also, also love that one section though about the interviews with them. I mean, them interviewing people about bullying because it kind of just like highlights and exposes how they really do not give a shit and do not care about them at all if they get bullied and don't know the actual solution. I find that pretty funny.
That's true, and that's very accurate. If you're not bullied, you just don't get it.
Yep.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
again,
pretty
it's
much.
also like a theme you'll notice in a lot of their work, with like using real people. It's really only something I've seen like Sasha Baron Cohen and Nathan Fielder also do, so it's kind of unique. But yeah, there's also many scenes where they parody low budget movies as well and cliches in it. So not only is it parodying all that other stuff, but they're also parodying bad low budget movies and like the issues and cliches that happen in it as well. And then also another similarity to the Columbine shooting again is how the Columbine shooters wrote stories and made movies about this stuff before doing it for real, and also had the teachers complaints about the subject matter and wearing and shooting up their bullies. So that's another thing that it kind of like copies and pokes fun at. But also it accurately depicts how in relationships like this as well and like troubled relationships, there's always like that one more troubled friend who always has these ideas and does stuff to help his buddy out in his mind, and then the other moves more away from him, which the other guy usually takes offense of and thinks he like helped him with everything with his ideas, when in reality he did really very little, as his ideas were cheesy and did not really work. And instead the other guy just then afterwards regularly talking to other people like a normal human is what really did it. And I think that's honestly like a very realistic like thing with like in school. There's usually like friends that kind of split apart, and that's really like a cause of it. And with like the difference of views with that stuff and mindsets and mentality, I think, and maturity. So I think they handle that really well. Let's see. And again, I'm just reading off a bunch of notes, and I wrote down a shitload. So sorry if I'm taking forever. I'm trying to get through as fast as possible. My bad. But
That's fine. That's part of the deal, like
I,
that's a movie you seem to really enjoy, so it's fine if you take a lot of time,
well, it's a
it's
movie I
fine.
respect, but yeah, and again, I know I really already said this, but again, the accuracy with how high school is and how high school students act in this generation and 20 to 30 years ago, I mean, sorry, 10 to 20 years ago, I mean, is again so dead accurate to even the smallest details in this film, in my opinion. Like, even like the interactions with the one character with his mother on the school phone, I think is very accurate as well. And I think they just do a fantastic job at that, and I think all the teen like cringe humor and moments and scenes in this have aged very well with social media and online culture nowadays, and how kids at school really act now. I think it's aged really well for its time. And yeah, also just another fun fact: they use their real names for all the characters and filmmakers in it for accuracy when referring to them as their names. But yeah, and again, there's many memorable quotes in this film as well that I really enjoy. And a lot of iconic ones that other films have copied after its release, such as the "What does the word arbitrary mean?" A lot of films have copied it ever since its release. So yeah. Now there are also okay. So now there's some people that brought up certain flaws with it, or flaws in their eyes. Like there's some people that question why the person holding the camera, referred to as Jared in the film, who's also the name of the actual cinematographer on set. They question why he was even mentioned in the film as a character, and why he's anything but the focus of it. Because I think otherwise it's kind of like a flaw and just some lazy thing they tried to do to like explain it away. But the point of it, though, and why they did that is number one, it's supposed to be a metaphor basically for how it's you, like the audience is basically it's depicted as the audiences and you that are like holding the camera and viewing this all and shooting the film and everything. Which also it makes number two, it means that it is truly the focus of the film in that sense, or at least who the film is created for with the relations. It sort of like how you see there's a moment where you can see in the silhouette, sorry, I can't speak properly, but you know what I mean, of the cameraman, and basically a reflection of a laptop monitor. And that part really did a great job at kind of like showing what the film was going for with like the cameraman character, because it's just a silhouette and it's purposely blurry, and it could have been anyone. And this is a directorial choice that was intentional and kind of genius. It kind of shows the viewer, figuratively, that it's kind of dumb or it can be anyone, and it's supposed to make them kind of reflect upon themselves and like look at the character of Matt in this film and him basically just becoming a psychopath. And and because again, there's a lot of people gone, have there's how do I say, there's been a lot of people who obviously been bullied and go through similar issues, and it's sort of like depicting how again both characters handle it, and basically telling the question of which one would you rather become, I guess, in that situation. So I thought that was really creative, but again I also love the self-awareness of its found footage style of filmmaking and how it kind of mocks itself. Like, for example, there's many scenes in the film where one of the characters like outside of the other character's house, and he literally says to him, "Put your mic on. They can't hear you," which they mean, yeah, the mic to talk in the film and to the audience. So again, there's a lot of like self satire in this as well. And yeah, this is also can be considered, I guess, a love letter to cinema in general for the references. But yeah, and again, I think the acting in this is really well done, especially since they've never really like acted before in their lives. This is their first thing, and I think the chemistry with the two leads is fantastic. And let's see, also again, there's been many films that had adults in their late 20s attempting to play kids and act as if they actually belong at the school. But this one, on the other hand, actually felt real, unlike others. And it's not because they look younger than usual or because of the clothes they wear. Again, it's because they actually act appropriate to the settings. And again, a lot of fucking films forget to do that, but this didn't. Now, the ending, a lot of people thought mainly stopped for budget reasons, but there's actually a good reason for why it kind of ended there. So a lot of people complained about it and said it was like old build up with no payoff. But I mean, I think saying it's all just build up everything you saw prior is kind of like pissing on the entire film. But the main reason why it ended there is because, I mean, if they were to like have a whole action montage of him shooting up like dozens of kids, it would have took away from all the messages and the point of it, and it would have been like it would have just been mocking itself at that point, and it would have been way too cheesy. Like what they did basically there was, I think they had it at like the perfect runtime, basically, so it wouldn't overstay its welcome. They pretty much ended it at the right time, in my opinion. And also, the cliffhanger, in my opinion, with his friend was fantastic and left up for interpretation because you genuinely don't know what's going to happen. They left a lot of keys, and you really don't know, like if he's going to shoot him or not. Like, and especially they added like a lot of tidbits before that as well, like his friend trying to call him before it happened because he still knew it was that day. So yeah,
He shot them all. That's my take.
but yeah, it's left up for interpretation. Whether he shot him or not. But yeah, and again, they have character, constantly looking up definitions of stuff and mental issues, which is again a pretty accurate to somebody who's obsessed with themselves and and also who just wants to have like mental issues, for like attention. Just from my experience with a lot of people, that's pretty like accurate in my opinion. But again, there's also another thing that people brought up about online, saying that it's a flaw with the movie they made in the film because they talked about how the last thing people getting bullied would want is to make a film about themselves, at school as a project, and then and about bullies, which would just give them more attention and therefore an opportunity for more ridicule and embarrassment and bullying. I think they completely misunderstood the entire like point and part of that film, though, because the point of it was Matt's character, who's like a literal sociopath, who was making that and into that stuff. Well, it was Owen, who was mainly just a regular dude getting bullied, who wanted not to do it, and also to take scenes out. So again, I think they kind of missed the point of it because they show like it's two different characters. The Owen character is a real person in that situation, and he's the one who didn't want to do that. Like the Matt guy is just completely different, just sociopath. And it's also missing how again, it parodies the Columbine shooters, and the Columbine shooters did exactly that. So in every case, that's not true, but whatever. Another tidbit though is, they a lot of the gestures they made throughout this film is similar to the gestures the Columbine shooters made in their home films. Basically, you could also see it in the character Matt is reading Catcher in the Rye, or however you pronounce it, which is a book that Mark David Chapman was obsessed with, who was the person that shot and killed John Lennon. So that's another like Easter egg there. And also, if you're wondering, just for a potential issue, if you're wondering how Matt got the camera equipment and guns with his character's age being like a minor, it was from his older cousin, just to add context there. But yeah, right, let's see. Is there anything else? Yeah, no, that's about it. So yeah, I finally got through all my things. Sorry that took so long, but yeah, I just wrote down a lot of notes because there's a lot of like context and everything in this film and what it did, and I just wanted to kind of share it. But yeah, and again, there's little written script in this film. It's mainly like improvised dialogue. And in my opinion, it worked. It worked in my opinion, at least. But yeah, I really enjoyed this film. It isn't perfect. It's obviously very indie, but I enjoyed it overall, and I think it's a fantastic debut, especially for only like 10,000. But so, what did you think about the film, though?
As I said, that was rough, but I can understand the appeal of it. As a side note, I had apathy toward most of it. I was doing something else on the side. Now, I got a few issues, but they will repeat themselves a lot because these are issues that keeps biting me back again and again. The first thing, some of the humor doesn't land. Not funny. Pacing. Pacing. Characters are forgettable. Like, there's too many of them, and all I remember is like one meaningful interaction that was when both friends kind of had a fight by the end, where the guy is like, "You're always acting," so I don't know. That's right after the scene where you realize maybe he's a psychopath or something.
Yeah. I mean, well, I will say two things about two of those things. Now, pacing, I can't, I can't argue with if you think it had bad pacing, then it had bad pacing. But also, with the two leads, if you think the two leads weren't good, can't argue against that. I mean, I thought they were and had a lot of like charisma and chemistry, but that's just me. But what I will say about the other 2 points is the comedy not being like per se funny, I think is kind of the point, because I think it's supposed to intentionally be kind of cringe, bad comedy for a lot of it, because to them they were making the comedy. And again, they're like kind of closed off and like socially awkward and everything and troubled. So to them, it's funny comedy and it's normal, but to other people, it's just unfunny and weird. So I think that was sort of like the point of it. And then for the right, the characters, again, I think that was also another point of it, of how, because again, like you would see many scenes, when he was like making that board, like, hey, who's the name of that guy who threw the rock at you again? Or hey, what's that guy again from the cafeteria? What's his name again? Because the point of it again is just like, oh, these kids are forgettable. They don't mean anything. These bullies have no power, and you'll forget about them, and they're not worth the trouble. And it's like they don't even remember their names. So it's like that's another thing that's kind of the point, where it's like it's not something they should really like be stressing this much over or thinking about.
For me, what makes a movie stand out is the characters, sometimes the story, but it needs to be at least one of the two. And here, the story had interesting thing, like all the times they poke fun at something, but like outside of the ending where he goes crazy and shoots everyone down, the story is not that amazing. And yeah, the character, I said it, they are kind of forgettable outside of the two leads. And even the two leads, they are still forgettable, even if they tried their best, even if they filled their roles, they are just not good enough for me to be a compelling lead. But here again, that may just be me. Um, so there are still a few things to enjoy. Like you said, it's very indie and it feels like it, and that's interesting because they're very self-aware that, like, for once I can accept the bad lighting or the weird camera angle and the weird camera work because it's made by kids, and that was the purpose of it. So I think the idea in itself is really good. I enjoyed how the movie unfolded, outside of my few issues. Um, the idea of following the movie making process of the students was enjoyable. And even if the characters are forgettable, they are still likable. They have their moments where you're like, that's endearing. Also enjoyed a lot the fact that they trained to learn how to aim. That was really cool. So in the end, when he goes crazy and he shoots down people, you can kind of expect the guy to shoot down people. The music, I was fine with it. And as I said, my favorite scene was the friendship blowing up. Was kind of sad because sometimes that kind of friendship happened to blow up like that. Someone tells the truth, and this is the end. Overall, the movie, the runtime really helps. Even if I thought the movie was too long, it's still a short movie, so I'm fine with it. Um, so overall, I think for me that movie is a 6 out of 10 because I don't have much more to add or say about it.
I mean, fair enough.
What about you, Cole?
For what it is, again, Not gonna give it like the highest rating or anything, but for what it is, I think it was great. I'll give it like a at least like around a 7, maybe. Maybe like a 7.5 on a later date, but I think a 7 for now.
Perfect. So, next topic. So we have some interaction with DC. Supergirl fifth season. I will let whoever wants to start as I am marking down the timestamp in the
Yeah.
chat.
All right, I'll start because I didn't say much, but yeah, I thought this season was uh cool. Um, oh, there you are. All right,
Switching
I
over.
I thought this season of Supergirl was absolutely terrible, and it's by far the worst season in my opinion. And I think it's on par with Legend season 4. I thought it was just so bad. Um, do you want me to go in depth multi?
If you want to spill the guts right now,
All right.
yes. Otherwise, I will
Yeah,
let
after how
All
much
right.
I
Skull go.
talk, just talk however much you want.
All right. So the reason why I didn't like the season at all is because I thought that some of the story elements could have been great, but they absolutely just did not hit the mark. Um, I think the idea of Supergirl versus Lena actually works really well. The way they handle it was awful. Like Lena goes on about, "Oh, you lied to me," even though it's not even the worst thing in the world. Just lying that you're Supergirl isn't even a bad thing. So automatically it's stupid. Besides, I'm more shocked she didn't figure it out like season 3 or earlier, because if you're meant to be one of the smartest people in the world, you can tell right away. So I hate that they made Lena be the stupid one. Um, I also
No, DC, I agree with a lot of what you said, but before you move on, I'd like to add something else to that, and maybe that's something you may have missed, but parts of her always kind of knew it, and it's hinted at that when Lex basically reveals everything to her in season 4 at the very end, and she was like a lot in denial, and she just didn't really want to see the truth. So I agree with you. Like, it's very stupid that now she sees the truth and that's her reaction. That really feels off, and it's kind of wrong. And she is like, for most of season 5, Lena is a villain in denial. But like, in the past, she kind of knew there was something off about Kara. And it's hinted at when they have that last exchange, Lex and herself, right before Lena shot him. But that's the small nod at maybe you have missed it.
yeah,
So you
maybe.
can move on now.
Yeah. Yeah, other things I didn't like, I thought some of the story elements, like again with John and his brother when they're trying to Malefic. I think at first it's actually a nice storyline, but the way they execute was terrible. Um, Malefic was probably the only good part about this season. Apart from him, I don't think there's anything else good. Um, I really hated the episode where Kara has where we find out Lena's quote unquote evil plan. I also hated that when Kara revealed herself to Lena. It's just terrible. Like, there's better ways they could have written it, not like that or like either. But yeah, other things I didn't like. I did not like the League of Assassins with ancient mystical powers. I thought they could have been a great villains for season 5. Leviathan, I thought they could have been a great villains. They could have been like Supergirl's equivalent to the League of Assassins, but they were just handled poorly. It doesn't help that I think that their storyline was so bogged down by the fact that it was more focused with Lex Luthor, which like you said, multi in our season 4 conversation, I think over time Lex just became worse and worse. So, but yeah, um,
He only hits rock bottom in season 6. They deconstruct him so much that in season 6, it's laughable how bad he has become. And for me, it always tainted Lex as a character because he had a great start and his own fall happened.
yeah, pretty much.
Mhm.
Cole just approves, so I cannot wait to hear Cole's thought.
What do you
Anything else
mean?
to
Did
add,
you say
DC?
it disapproves or approves?
Approves.
Mm-hmm.
You approve, right? You approve.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Anything else to add, DC?
yeah. Another thing I really hated was just Brainy's storyline and how he has to hide. It's like, no, no, no. I did not like that at all. In my eyes, it just made it even worse. Um, Alex stating, what's his name? Oh, Jimmy Olsen's sister. No, I didn't care much for it. But yeah, yeah. That's pretty much all I have to say. But yeah.
Okay, that's very interesting. Now I will add a bit more to this. What did you think of freaking Mia and Brainy? The best relationship ever. What did you think of that?
Okay, so when it comes to Brainy and Lena's, well, breaking,
Mia,
well, me,
Nia.
yeah, Brainy and Nia's relationship. I always thought it was kind of like a cute sort of thing, but I don't think they actually worked that well as a couple. Maybe that's just me. But in season 5, nope, nope, no, I did not like it at all.
It only gets worse and
Yeah.
worse until at some point they kind of figure a way to make it work. But like I said it before, Supergirl and relationship injected in the show, it fails most of the time. But I'm actually surprised you didn't like Alex and her girlfriend. I thought Alex and her girlfriend is probably the only enjoyable and watchable relationship outside of Monel and Kara. Like these are the only two relationship in the entire show that actually worked. So I'm surprised you didn't like Alex and her new girlfriend.
I didn't because I just felt it was so forced and it never helped that as how forced the relationship was, and I think they just forced it just because, oh look, Alex has a new girlfriend, and I don't know about you guys, but I feel like the more they just forced it on, I feel like it was just forced.
Well, that was always part of her arc as a character throughout the show. Um, so maybe they don't have that much chemistry. This I cannot argue that much on that, but Supergirl always really enjoyed their relationship, and I think at some point, Alex needed a girlfriend just to fulfill her destiny, if we can call it that way. But maybe an off-screen girlfriend would have worked better. I don't know.
Yeah.
So okay, refreshing. 1 second. Okay, so since Cole is kind of out, I will go without going into many detail. Oh, okay, he's back. So, Cole, what did you think of season 5?
I thought it was pretty great
Really?
in comparison to the 1.5 out of 10 seasons.
Oh, okay.
This is still terrible. What the fuck? This
In
is.
comparison of season 4 and 3.
They ruined the villains. They ruined all the villains. They ruined like every character. I hated all the relationships as always, but and this has been every season besides season 4. Alex and her girlfriend is all right, I guess, but it didn't feel, how do I say, they didn't really have chemistry, but it was all right. But that's about it. Yeah, filmmaking shit, acting shit. Yeah, I don't really know what I, you know, really like too much about this. And also, I've never even brought up the action or visual effects on this show because you already know how it is. I don't even need to bring it up. It's the same every season. It's like watching a bad PlayStation 1 game.
What did you think of Lena, the amazing character?
So you watched Midsommar, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you know the opening scene.
Oh yeah, I remember.
Yeah, well, I wanted to do that after watching her in this.
Uh, what did you think of the amazing Lex Luthor?
Ruined.
It took them 22 episodes.
Mm-hmm.
3 in season 4, 20 in season 5.
Yeah. I mean, I have to give them credit though. They somehow ruined Lex more than Smallville Lex. That's
Bro, wait and see. Season 6 does wonders when it comes to like character assassination. Now Lex is
no,
no more
it
like
was garbage, but I think this was even worse. That's the thing. Yeah, we'll get into that and with the fucking triangle.
in
with Lex.
season 6, bro. He is an L. He's no more 6 feet underground. He's literally an L.
Yeah.
Yeah, great way to build up a character, right?
You have him be on top of the world, and then you have him crash so hard you forget he was on top of the world once.
What, did you not love the triangle though they did? Anyway.
Nope. I don't think anyone did.
Wow, I'm so surprised. Really? Wow, I thought it was so amazing.
Lies, lies, lies! Stop lying to me,
Yeah.
Brady.
Do you have any questions for this season or for me? Any others? I mean,
What did you think of Leviathan?
who? Sorry.
Leviathan, the group of
Oh,
creatures that want to change the
Uh,
world.
Yeah, I've seen things like that many times before already in films and shows, and this was one of the worst attempts at that that I've ever seen. And don't get me started on you know what their designs will all say and their effects.
So now here's my take. Season 5 could have been great if it had decent writers, but it didn't add decent writers. First issue, Lena. Oh my. Oh my. Oh my. What did they do to her? What did they do to that character that used to be great? Why? Why are you doing this to me, show? So, Lena was always a character that struggled with her family name. She didn't want to carry it. But she goes full blown Luther in season 5 because Kara lied to her. Why? It's like the anti arc. That's like what you do when you run out of idea for a character. You're like, oh, let's make her a villain. What reason? Kara lied. I will bash my head on the screen, I'm telling you. And that's not the only issue with Lena. That's not the only issue. She is a freaking villain in denial. She doesn't even realize she is a dang villain. And that could be interesting if the writer knew that. But I can bet the writer didn't know she was a villain. I can bet the writer in the writing room are like, She is not a villain. She is just a misunderstood person. She brainwashed people. She freaking brainwashed people. She kidnapped people. And you're telling me she's not a villain?
You just don't understand it, right? Maybe it's because you're a guy.
I'm a guy too, and you're a guy too, Cole.
Yeah, so we all are just stupid.
But I lost brain cell just when I thought about it. I remember these scenes where we ever seeing she as friend with Tess Sumaker when she captured her and she brainwashed her and she was like, you have been a good friend, and now she's like, no, you just brainwashed me. I was like, bruh,
You lost brain cells?
bruh.
That's weird.
Well,
And this is fresh. Season 5 is fresh in my mind, and I've seen it 6 months ago. This is telling you how bad this shit is. What else? Cole comment was just golden.
yeah.
Cole. Okay,
I'm just
I need to
surprised you had
copy
brain
paste
cells
that.
left after Wakanda Forever.
No, it's not worse than Wakanda Forever. I'm telling you,
No,
Wakanda
I'm
Forever.
sorry. You said you lost brain cells, but I thought you lost all them after Wakanda Forever.
This is what Cole said, chat. There we go. Okay. This is what Cole has said. Okay. Next. Okay, Lena. Villain in denial. The writer don't even realize she's a villain. She's just misunderstood. This is like the pinnacle of stupidity. Like, why? Okay, next up, Malefac. This one is truly misunderstood. I can understand the struggle. He's not like a pure villain. Like, all he wanted to do is like revenge on John, and he didn't make any like collaterals based on what I remember. I may be wrong on that. If he did collaterals, then yes, he is a villain, but he is a better written character, I think. And it also helped John John's building up into a better character because now John John's understand more his past. I really like that aspect. Leviathan. There's like 4 people in it. I can't remember any of these. I just remember faces. One bend the earth, and that's all I can remember. That's how impressive they are. You see, this is why you cannot spend only one season building several villains. It's not enough. Maybe it is when you have 20 episodes, but you need to skip all of the filler, and you need to have competent writer that really dedicate time, at least an episode per villain, and that wasn't the case. We had so much filler as usual with season 5. That's just standard with Supergirl as a TV show. I really want to defend the show, and I will always stand by that. Season 3 and 4 are good. I liked both seasons, but the rest of the show it's not. And I really want to defend it. I praise the F out of season 3 and 4 as much as I can. But the rest is just irredeemable. So Leviathan had like 4 members. And all they wanted to do is change the earth. And that's it. Wow. Any deeper backstory? Oh, they just lived for centuries and they changed the world over centuries. Congrats! Eternal did the same shit based on what I've heard. Oh my. Season 5. I remember these old days where Brainy and Nia were not a thing, and I enjoyed both character on their own. But then they freaking become boyfriend and girlfriend. Can someone hand me a gun? They have such a toxic relationship filled with lies and like lots of toxic behaviors from mainly Brainy actually. Because based on what I remember, Nia is not that bad as the lover. It's really Brainy the issue, and it's kind of sad because that's all I remember from their relationship.
Yeah.
I remember their issues they had. Brandy not trusting her. That's it. That's all I remember.
Yeah.
How to make your couple work, right?
Exactly.
And I will go on a tangent there. Um, we had the same kind of relationship in Smallville with Lana and Clark. These two were toxic together for like the entire show. And that's all I remember. And there are some people out there that freaking defend Clark and Lana. Why? I can bet I will find people defending Brainy and freaking Nia. Um, Lex. Let's talk about Lex. Um, he used to be a mastermind. He used to plan everything ahead. He used to be smart. Now he's being played by Leviathan. How to make good work of Lex Luthor. Wait until he falls in love. That's a teaser for season 6, folks. Be reassured, Cole. I think season 6 is better than 5, but
That's
it's
not
still
saying
not.
much.
Yeah, exactly. It's still not a good season. um, but um, what else didn't work in season 5? Like, okay, that was the year COVID hit. That's why they had a limited season. That's why the studio cut like 3 episodes short because the original airing was 22 episodes, and we ended up
That sounds worse.
with 19. And I will praise something. Out of all of the shows that were affected that I have seen, that one did amazing. And I've seen a lot of shows that were affected by COVID, not only Arrowverse, but I'm into NCIS and CSI and that kind of stuff. And I was my favorite NCIS. Eventually, maybe we will cover that, even if it's not comic book related. It's still a TV show, and I think one of the NCIS we had was really cool, even if it got canceled, sadly. But I think that was their 6th season. I'm pretty sure that was season 6 or season. Yeah, I think that was season 6. But they got they got like interrupted by freaking COVID, and we were left hanging on cliffhangers, and it didn't feel like a complete season. Here with Supergirl, I will stand by it. I will say season 5 of Supergirl found the right way to end season 5. It still feels like a complete season, much more than freaking Flash or NCIS, the other example I brought up. What else? Um, these are like the 3 shows I was following because at that point Arrow already had ended. Black Lightning was in between seasons. so they got really the good end of the stick. But Batwoman also got affected, and I will admit Batwoman did end well the first season, even if the season is trash. It ended well. I will give them credit where credit is due. Overall, season 5 had a lot of good moment and good episodes, like the Alex episodes, um, the 100 episodes, and I also think that show, it's surprising, but it's the show that handled the best what happened after Crisis. Batwoman season 1 did that a little bit, and they did it right. Flash did that, and I think Flash failed poorly, but Supergirl did it right. I'm on board with that. I like that a lot. What else? Even if the focus is not always on Kara, it still feels interesting because Kara got growth through Lena, which is funny because she felt guilty, and Kara's growth is to like let it go and move on, and she started in season 5 to judge people on their action and not on their ideals, and that's very interesting. I like that approach. Um, and I will admit, Lena also got growth at some extent, but her growth is really felt in season 6, and this is why I believe in the last 3 episodes we would have gotten more hints at Lena growth. What else? John Johns was cool, and here again, Alex didn't feel like the chief of freaking deal. That's actually the season where she stepped down and she leaves the deal. Actually, the deal is destroyed at the end, but if I remember correctly, she has like that character arc where she steps down because of Lex, and then she goes on a quest with John Johns, and she feels like she doesn't have a purpose anymore. I think that's the yeah. I think that's somewhat of a character arc for Alex. I enjoyed that. What else? I'm glad they destroyed the deal because let's be honest, the deal had good moments in season 2. It had good moments in season 3 and 4, but season 1 and season 5, like deal or not, it doesn't really affect the story that much. What else? I really want to praise that season. I just can't. It's better than season 1 and 2 for sure. I think it's far better because season 1 and 2 is like rock bottom TV alongside with like Legends and Batwoman. But yeah, sorry DC, we trashed so much, we dunked so much on Batwoman. We know you like that.
Yeah.
So I guess now that's the question for DC. What would be your worst 3 episode in season 5 of Supergirl?
Oh, there's. All right.
There's too many of them.
There's a lot, that's for sure. Um, there's episode 7. There's episode 11. And episode 1.
What about your top 3?
All right. Episode 4, episode 2, and episode 3, though those 3 episodes are not that great in my eyes, but they're the ones I've enjoyed the most. But yeah.
What would be your top 3 and worst 3, Cole? Loads of dogs barking right now.
Yeah.
and neighbors in the other building arguing. So I will type for now. Okay. So we will read out Cole.
Pork.
So 7, 8, 13. Top 3. Okay, so you like 7, 8, 13. Bottom 3. I think right now he has that struggle, like which one is okay. 15. That's funny because I see the number and I already remember which episode is that. That's the Trends 8 thingy there. 15, 14. Now he is really divided. 4. Okay, so Cole's top 3 was episode 7, episode 8, and episode 13. Cole bottom 3 was 15, 14, and 4. Why am I not surprised about that bottom 3? Very interesting. Now this is the guessing game. So DC, what do you think is my worst 3?
All right. 2, I'm thinking are 15 and 14. So what Cole said, and episode 7, as well as maybe episode 10. Those are like the 3 I'm kind of looking at.
Okay. What about the top 3?
Episodes you enjoyed. Episode 8. Episode 11. And I'm guessing episode 19.
That's very interesting. So I will ask the same to Cole. Cole, what do you think is my worst 3 followed by my top 3? Can type it if the dogs are still barking, bro. Cole, are you still alive? Prediction of yours. Top 3. Episode 8, 10, 17. Oh, I like your picks for top 3. Bottom 3. 15, 14, and 5. Well, that's very interesting. I like your prediction, Cole. So, this is the time for the reveal. I forgot that. Okay. I saw 5 either being very high or very low for you. I forgot that. We will see. I will need your L because I may get lost myself into that tier list I made back in January that needs some updating. I specify each week. So season 1 and 2 are like really rock bottom. And guys, alright, 15 is apparently my least favorite episode in season 5. I don't see anything below 15.
Oh, 2?
2.
No, never mind. So you said below, my bad.
Yeah, I don't see anything below 15. So 15 is apparently my least favorite, and I'm not surprised because I remember the premise of it. The premise is fine. Look, the message is fine, but I think the approach and the writing is on the wall. Like, it was shit. Let's be honest.
You hate the first 2 episodes that badly?
Yeah, where are they?
You're above. Right there.
Oh yeah, Horizon and oh yeah, I remember the start. My this is like the pinnacle and the start of my hate for Lena. Episode 1 and 2, I was like, bruh, Lena, you're a cow. I hate you. As a character, she's despicable, she is awful, she is poorly written, and the actress did her best with the shit material, but I truly hated all of these scenes, all of this premise for the start of the season. That was so bad. Like, it planted the seeds for all of the worst things the show had to offer. um, so yeah, New Horizon, and I didn't mention it before, but the pacing in season 5 took it shit. It got so boring, let's be honest. I don't know what they were thinking, but there's a lot of talking in hallways, talking in rooms. Nothing is going on, and it's not even good talk. It's not even character moments. Like, the only few moments where we had interesting talking around is like Alina. And oh damn, I actually forgot. They took some agency away from fucking James. Now we got a new publisher, a new person in charge of the freaking journal where Kara works. Oh my, I almost forgot about that character. The new CEO of Catco is godly awful. She is a terrible character. I wanted to throw her in the window. I can't
Oh
believe
yeah, her.
I forgot her.
Yeah, and even
I
I
can't
completely
believe I forgot her. She was like, it's not the worst thing. They tried to
yeah.
give her a backstory to make you care for her, but no. Your character is just a cow, and yes, she gets bits of somewhat of a character arc and growth in season 6, but the foundation of the character are so godly awful. It's like, why should I care? Why should I? You don't know how to write your characters. You just don't, Supergirl. You don't. Okay, so my top 3. My favorite is the Bottle episode. Amazing one. I really liked it a lot. That was a great episode. If I remember correctly, that episode was a 10 out of 10 for me. Maybe I'm wrong, maybe that wasn't, but I remember liking that episode on every viewing I had. Um, Next up would be the missing link, I believe. Oh no, that's not the missing link. That's it's a super life. That's 13. If I remember correctly, that's the 100th episode. Was that the 100th episode? I need to type that one. It's super life. It's super life.
Yeah,
Super yeah.
yeah, it's that one, and it's episode 13.
Yeah. That's the 100th episode. I really liked that one as well. That was great. Like, if the entire season was like that, I would like that damn season, but that was the only one. And it was really about the friendship of Kara and Lena, and it showcased how wrong Kara was on her behavior toward Lena. And it also showcased that a lot of things could have happened if she told the truth earlier. And I really liked every spin. And that episode also brought a lot of growth for Kara, which is rare for the Supergirl TV show. So I need to wank that episode around a lot, because this is what the Supergirl TV show could have been if it was handled by a good writer, you know? Um, it was just a great episode. I always remember episode 13 as being that standout, really good episode. Next up would be 18, The Missing Link. I remember enjoying like the somewhat ending of the season because that was entertaining. A lot of action was going on, and Lena wasn't as obnoxious as she was. So a lot of things I hated were not around anymore. Even the annoying new CEO of Catco wasn't around. So that was another great thing about the later part of the season. I guess this is why 18 and 19 are so high. So yeah, I cannot wait to update this list. I cannot wait to suffer through the show again. Um, so yeah, I like pain and suffering inflicted to myself. um, so anyway, um, that's enough showcase for now. We talked in length about that amazing Supergirl TV show. Let's give our grade. What would be your grade out of 10, Cole?
Like a 2.
Okay. Um, what about you, DC?
A 1.5.
Okay. Um, I will sound crazy, but I give that season a 5 out of 10. For me, it's still bad. It's not good by any means, but like, despite my anger, there are still moments in season 5 that are worth watching and enjoyable. Brainy as a character by himself was really cool. It's really like the Nia shit shenanigan I truly hated. Nia also had good moments. I really like Nia character. So yeah, um, that's it for Supergirl. Um, I suggest we can talk about Nimona. I don't know if my friend will come, because if she wanted to come, I think she would have arrived earlier. So we will talk about Nimona and why DC hated this show, this movie. Sorry about that. So I will let
Alright.
you start, DC, because I think you'll be the more negative one among us.
Oh, yeah.
So what do you have to say about Nemo now? DC.
Alright. Oh, I hated this movie. I hated this movie. um, I really did not like this movie for a lot of things. I'm gonna start with the first negative. First off, when the guy quote unquote killed the queen, um, here's the thing I found dumb. Yes, I know murder frames can happen, but when it happens like that, when it happens right in front of you, you should know that the person that Bao was innocent. Like, I don't know why Ambrosius didn't believe him when it literally happened right in front of him. If it happens right in front of you, means you know the guy's innocent. I have no idea
In
why.
what way though? How?
Well, here's the thing. If let's just say there was a murder taking place and you witness it, but then later the guy says he's innocent, but you witness it, you should know the person who's saying that isn't really 100% isn't being honest and is actually guilty. So I'm just saying, Cole, if like I find it ridiculous how everyone blamed Bao, even though some people literally witnessed the murder right in front of him and knew it wasn't even his fault. Um,
Well,
Don't really understand
me
it. Like,
neither.
yes, they did witness it, but again, they don't know the context of it and everything completely. They just saw that crazy shit happen, and yeah, they don't know quite 100% what happened. But again, afterwards, though, all the media and everything, they made everybody, like, okay, so that's what happened, because that's what media is, in the world, and trying to trick people and civilians into stuff, and especially with the message, the whole film, and being like a very brainwashy thing, just like in medieval days. But set in modern times in this film and with a bunch of things. So, I mean, to me, it makes sense with like what they set up and with the world, even if it was witnessed like in front of them. Like they still didn't know completely what went on and such. All they saw was that crazy shit go down and then him like escaping.
Yeah, I guess maybe you're right. And just I'm just pointing out how, in my personal opinion, I wasn't a fan of when how they handled the story. But yeah, other
I,
issue.
I, I mean, I will agree with one thing. This is mainly my biggest thing in the whole film, which we'll get to later. But again, the pacing with how they structure it with the time lapses, I will say that. But otherwise, I didn't personally mind it. But anyway, I'm sorry. Continue.
All right. So other things I didn't like. So so basically, the kingdom is like in a future kingdom that's been saved for 1,000 years, and there's nobody that was bad or evil that's ever done like. Okay, yeah, I get that maybe some places may not have as bad history when it comes to invasions, but come on, that has got to be one of the most ridiculous things I've ever heard in my life, because literally in 1,000 years, you don't even meet someone bad. I don't
Uh,
even know. I don't even
They
see how.
hid it under the rug based
yeah,
on
I'm
a
pretty
lot
sure they lied
of
about it.
yeah, like even the paper was really hidden, and only the director had the paper by the end. So and on top of that, I will say this: it's a fantasy universe, so there's a lot of suspension of disbelief, and there's much more than your typical movie, because the universe itself is not really grounded on our world. There are some aspects that are similar to our world, but you need to really see it as its own universe with its own struggle. And
I
it
guess.
doesn't shy away the movie from having issues. The movie still has issues here and there, but the premise itself, it's because it's a um, fantasy um, piece of art.
I guess it's just I personally just find it like hard to believe. And yeah, I guess you're right. Maybe I should just remove my suspension of disbelief. But
I mean, there's
I,
some things that take it with fantasy films that take it too far, but there's a lot of them don't. And I mean, as again with what they set up in like the universe, the fantasy universe, it isn't too far fetched because that's the rules they set up. And I think that's one of these examples. It kind of like depends on what they've set up in the fantasy universe, where what logically makes sense or not, and then it mainly just depends on if they break their own rules, if they set up or not. And maybe you caught something, but for me personally, I didn't think so. I didn't think they broke anything like that.
all
Uh,
right.
may I interject?
Yep.
Hi,
Yep.
by the way. Hi.
Hi,
Sorry.
welcome to the stream. I'm glad to see you. I was wondering if you forgot about us.
I
So
did.
we
I'm
started
sorry.
Nimona. It's funny. It's fine. We started Nimona, and I was like, I will text her at least so she knows if she
Thank
forgot.
you.
Now that you're there, before I interject, have you seen any of the other topics for this week, or Nimona is the only thing you had the chance to see?
I I believe it's the only one. Again, I'm sorry.
That's fine. You got a lot going on, and
Yeah,
just
this
Nimona
week
is
was
more
kind of
than
weird
enough.
anyway. Yeah, this
Yeah.
week's kind of weird. Like, there's a lot of films that we decided to watch that are more indie. Next week and such, we'll be doing more popular ones like the first Indiana Jones and Saw.
Hmm.
Yeah.
First
Yeah.
one is the Ark,
I
I believe.
think
Yeah, Raiders
Yeah.
of the
knows
Lost Ark.
best.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ah, yeah.
Hey, come on! You should have known, Multi. They said it in the Blackberry movie.
Ah.
Oh
So
God.
welcome to the stream, Pumpkin. I'm
Yeah.
glad to see you. So what did you wanted to interject?
Well, about the movie, I saw it less as fantasy as more as straight up fairy tale. Like, I mean, in a faraway world, 1,000-year peace, a big monster. To me, it's more of a fairy tales rule than like. I mean, I know like you look at the look at the movie and it doesn't speak fairy tale, but the structural way of it made me feel more of a sort of a fairy tale. Like we don't see any other countries. It's never really about the other countries. So
Yeah,
I don't know.
you make a good point, and I will add more to this. There's a lot of like past things and present things. Like it looks like a castle, and we got flying cars, and we got swords, and we got the metro, and we got a bunch of different things from different eras. So
Yeah.
it's obviously like another world elsewhere in the
Yeah,
universe.
well, it's sort of like modern times, but if they still, were believed in that royal stuff. And honestly, it's sort of like, I mean, also futuristic, modern times. So I should say sort of like cyberpunky and also medieval. But I mean, the best way to describe it is sort of like if we, a place like the UK, with that royal stuff still, but if they really still obliged to it, like to a certain extreme, like still very old days, and then also more futuristic stuff than modern day right now.
Yeah. So you can move on. DC. I think we kind of explained some of aspect we
All
see
right.
through the movie. Is there anything else you'd like to add?
Me,
Don't
yeah,
don't be shy, man. Go for
yeah.
it.
All right. So another thing I did not like about this movie, and okay, so in the film, it's established shapeshifting girl. That's what I'm gonna call her. Hates being called a monster, but given the type of things she does, I'm actually not even surprised people call her a monster, and here's why. The way she acts half the time is literally like how a monster technically, or people who are monsters actually act. So for me, I'm not even surprised that even.
Uh,
Do you want to say something, Cole?
I don't want to interrupt you, but again, I think more so like she doesn't blame people for acting that way because she knows what she's doing and she's doing it intentionally for revenge, which they show later. But she just doesn't want to be called that specific world. Anything else evil, she's fine with. But that one obviously brings back PTSD with the flashback they showed. So that's old, but every other word, like nasty word, she's fine with. And again, it's other than we show later. Yeah, a lot of the
It,
stuff she did with the powers before, wasn't monstery, but they still labored her as that, so that's why she still acts like it. But again, she's fine with it, just not that specific word, and then
Mm,
eventually like starts turning into an actual one because she keeps being called it, reminded of it.
and that's also a theme of the movie and the theme of her character and her character arc throughout the movie. So yeah, um, you can move on if you
Also,
got more to say.
when we talk and say our points, if you have anything you want to like insert or ask or anything like this or add to it, or maybe try to correct, like don't be afraid to. This is what it's for, and I think it's an
yeah,
important part of it.
yeah,
So yeah,
yeah,
if you see anything you think is wrong, then just be free
yeah,
to let me know while I'm talking.
yeah. It's just I kind of want to let you go on first because of how I kind of want to make sure that just to hear your thoughts. But yeah, I guess the reason why I didn't like it is because I didn't like the way they handle with that portion of her character. Was because I actually made a very similar character. The character's name is Godsman, and he's very similar. The only difference is I wrote it where you could actually understand his motivations better. But yeah, I feel like the way they handled the shape-shifting girl. Another thing I just find a little ridiculous. And I get this is kind of like the world we're set in, but I mean, I personally just find it a little weird that no one has even seen a shapeshifter. Now, granted, they could have established maybe Nimona is not technically human or is from like a different race that's not human, like alien or whatever. But I still find it kind of weird that. But I mean, they didn't. I feel personally like they didn't establish enough for me to say okay, they would at least understood. So I I guess, but maybe I must have missed something. But yeah,
Well, I mean, there's nothing that say they haven't like seen them before or other ones, but probably just like not out in the open like that revealing, But
I think Buckin has something to say.
Uh, well, sorry. I sort of understood that she was the only one. That's sort of her thing with like the fishes and the animals
Yeah.
of the wood. So I guess like for some reason she's the only shapeshifter there is, which is why she's so alone, because there's no one like her. That was
Which,
my understanding of it.
which, my personal opinion, I just find a little weird. Like, I can't. I'm almost like I'm like if I was living in that world, I'm pretty sure I would find more people that's like the shapeshifting girls. So I mean, unless they establish that those kind of things are extremely rare and just you only see like once, like every like what decade, then yeah, I would believe it. But the way they handle it in the story, I just don't believe it that
Well,
much.
again, I think the point of it in the story is that, I mean, yeah, she probably is the only one, but the way they handle it is sort of like again, a message about people just being afraid of like something different, like any sort of difference with somebody.
I guess.
And I will add a bit more to this. You mentioned human. We can only assume they are humans based on their skins and how they're portrayed.
Hmm.
But what if they aren't? We already
And what
mentioned.
if there's
Uh,
some that aren't? And also to
yeah,
also add to what he said prior, he talked about how he didn't like the motivation of the character exactly and how he's written some before. I mean, yeah, there's definitely other ways you could have gone about it, but I think the reason why they've written this one like this is, again, you have to understand like the character has faced us scrutiny for like 1,000 years and kind of lost all hope. So at that point, and a lot of if you're placed in those shoes, and for a lot of people, I mean, you're gonna act like that afterwards and just not care and throw all caution to the wind, and especially because you can just get away with about whatever with your powers. So, and I think it's also again, it's a very similar to how a lot of people have acted, when they go through issues, and sometimes people don't, or sometimes they learn. But again, I think the message of the film is about learning to deal with it, and also on the other side of things too, with not being afraid of just seeing differences and stuff. So that's why it's portrayed like this, and until the very end, where then you know learns with the message basically.
Yeah.
and I will also add something else, but that's more like to Pupkin. Never say sorry. Like you're invited. Don't be shy.
Mm-hmm.
If you want to talk, talk. Go ahead. Like
If you want to interrupt me 50 times while I'm
that's
talking to
fine.
like point something out or anything, go ahead. Like this is what this is for. It's good to add stuff in, while people are talking.
Yeah.
It is a bad habit of mine, but I'll try.
Yeah, don't worry. I actually often get nervous. Even just sometimes speaking, I have really bad anxiety. But yeah, sometimes through the podcast it does help me out. But yeah, so
Mhm.
don't worry, you're not always alone, Pumpkin.
Oh, thanks.
So if you don't want us to like talk during your things, just let us know too. That's fine. Then we'll stop doing that.
All right, it's fine. And besides, it's fun because at least we all get to have our points, and we can all at
Mhm.
least understand our points. Like,
Yeah,
like
like at the end of the day, if you don't like the movie, you don't like the movie. But I think it's good to at least try to understand, everybody's point of view,
yeah,
like negatively or
yeah,
positively.
yeah.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
yeah, exactly. Like Cole, when you just said all your points, I actually do understand. Just I feel like the way they handle it for me personally, and the way how they handle it, the story as a whole, just was terrible. But I mean, at least I can understand your points at the very least. But yeah, and
So that's still your floor, DC. Is there more to add?
yeah, there's still a little bit more. But yeah. The director being revealed as the mastermind, I was not surprised. Like I kind of and it's the no look. Yes, I get that it's a kids film, and yeah, they usually have these kind of things, but these kind of things don't always work. It's the reason why Zootopia failed so bad in my eyes.
Well, I will say I didn't hate Zootopia like you did. I thought it was fine, a fine film. But yeah, the villain in that is stupid. And Disney and Pixar does a lot of those like plot twist villains, and they're all stupid. Almost all of them suck.
Yeah, pretty much, and yeah, and
So is that why you kind of hated that in this?
Sort of. I was just comparing it to Zootopia because they kind of had a very similar villain twist, which
Mm.
honestly I did not like.
I mean,
Same.
what I will say is, I think in this film it was less of a twist or surprise. I think they were kind of not like trying to make it a surprise because I think they realized it was a bit obvious and whatnot. I think what they were more going for with it is it was so obvious who did it, and they found out like fairly quickly, like less than halfway through the film. But yet they couldn't do anything about it just because of like the brainwashedness of everybody in the monarchy, which I think is the message of the film of why they kind of did that, which is that it doesn't matter and what you know and what you say, you're still kind of screwed in that society.
Yeah, yeah, and that also leads me to another thing. I felt like the director's motivations were so weak, in my opinion, because like basically it's a crack with villains who make the crack even bigger. I thought it was a very lame motivation. I can come up with a motivation a lot better. Um,
I
and
feel it was more like the
yeah,
status quo, more of a like it was more of an image
mhm,
than things are fine because it's fine for me and I don't want it to change ever.
mm, I guess, but
That's part of the message. Yeah.
mm,
Yeah, and they did a lot of this, like back in the day as well. Like this does a lot of accuracies to again medieval time or just like other eras, and
mhm,
shows some of the
Or
similarities today, even, but some like the crazy absurdness.
I
some
guess.
people said how the when women were allowed in university would be the downfall of humanity. So, I
Hmm.
mean, hasn't happened so far, but you know.
Yeah, and there's
Yeah,
I also recently, well, not recently, but a few years ago, really learned about the history of countries like Japan getting started, and good lord, it's like every week there would be like a new person getting assassinated by another person so they can gain power. So it's like, yeah.
yeah, I guess.
Don't be shy. Do you have more to add, DC?
This is gonna be my last one. I thought that the ending with Bao finding out shapeshifting girl is still alive and that Holy was just like I kind of knew she was still alive because usually in kids films they always have that one character who you think is dead. Turns out she or he is alive for the shock, even though you can kind of see it coming from a million ways. And like okay, in this kind of stuff, I think they've done better with the animated film Mr. Peabody and Shaman. It's the one with the talking dog, and he's like a time traveler. I think they handle it well in that one, not because they actually establish how he can sometimes escape, even if it may seem ridiculous. But at least they establish. Whereas here, you can just see it coming. Like I kind of predicted she's still alive and she's probably going to be revealed until the end, and turns out he was. And when they're like holy, and he's like holy, it just made it. And at that point I was like happy the movie ended because it was awful.
Mm, I mean, I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing if it's like predictable. I think it's all about like the execution, and I will say the execution there. I mean, it wasn't the best. And yeah, it is like more for kids, so yes, it was kind of predictable, but I don't think it was done like poorly. I think it's more like a middle ground for me personally. And I think some of like the better examples of how it was executed, maybe like the first How to Train Your Dragon, uh, possibly.
I guess.
And
But I
and
don't
I
know.
will add a
That's
bit
just
more
me
to
personally.
this. I will add a bit
Mhm.
more to this. Not every kids' films are like that.
Yeah,
Um,
Yeah,
I
I
know.
will
yeah.
bring
There's
a
many
perfect
different ones.
example. Del Toro, Pinocchio. I'm not quite sure if they intended this to be for everyone or more like
Yeah,
younger
no, for
adult. I'm not
everyone.
quite sure of the
Like,
target audience.
yeah, I know for everyone. Yeah.
That was for everyone. So we could consider that one a kids movie, right, Cole?
Mhm.
Can we?
Yeah.
Even if it had darker themes.
Yeah, and it
and
had
darker
very, very
message in
dark
it.
themes and everything about your mortality. Yeah, and the endings.
Yeah,
And yeah, there's a lot of kids' films that do that stuff
and
as well,
And the
live action
fascism in
and
Italy.
animation.
So sorry,
yeah,
Mhm.
thought you were
yeah,
done. The fascism in
Oh yeah,
Italy
oh
also
yeah,
was
that's
a
true.
yeah. And that one, by the end, spoiler if people have not seen it, Pinocchio dies for good, and he is brought back at someone else's sacrifice. So it's not every movie where nobody end up vanishing. Sometimes some character die. Um, so yeah. Is there anything you did like about Nimona Marvel?
The only thing was just the performances, and I think the actors did a good job. But other than that, I even can't say was that even redeems the movie. I literally like nothing about it. Like, I think I'd rather sit through Barbie than this.
that's a bold statement.
Yeah, I know.
And uh, DC, I may shock you, but I actually thought Nimona was better than Barbie. Not to say Barbie was bad, I just think Nimona was better. Um, so yeah, anything else you'd like to add, DC, before we pass on the microphone to Cole?
Not for me. I've pretty much said all. So yeah, Cole, you can take the wheel now.
Yep.
Okay. Let's see. So yeah, I mean, saw this. So again, I saw this film while scrolling through 2023 releases, and again, no one was really talking about it in my mentions, but it received very high ratings on like every site. So I figured we should watch it, I guess, because it might get an Oscar nominee for like animated film, I guess. But anyway, I wasn't really expecting much. All I knew was that Dev Patel was voice acting in it as the lead, who I like a lot. So, and he did a very good job. Yeah, it surprised me a lot though. I didn't expect to enjoy it as much as I did. I don't think it's amazing or anything, and I think the biggest issue is how it doesn't spend time uh, in certain scenes as I think it should have. I think the pacing just feels a bit off. It feels like some scenes they do for a little too long, and then other scenes they go by too quickly. I think they could have done a better job with that stuff, but that's really like my biggest issue with it. Other than that, I enjoyed it quite a lot. The animation wasn't the best. I've seen a lot of films do this animation style by now, and also the animation style of films like the new TMNT film. And this wasn't like the most amazing attempt at it, but it was fairly good though, and it had a lot of stylistic scenes. I also really enjoyed the ones where they switch up the animation at times. I thought those scenes were really, really well done. Again, the voice acting for most of the cast, by most of the cast, was great. I thought the action was well done, and I thought the story and writing, well, it's stuff we've seen before, and with the messages, characters, and goals, especially in like some DreamWorks and Pixar films, with like being an outsider. I thought it was still executed and done fairly well in this, and brought something new to the table, and especially with the heart, put into this. But yeah, now what it sets up in his own universe, I would say makes sense for the most part. There are moments in it that you think are sort of like logical flaws, but then I think later on, like 20 minutes later, it does stuff that explains it more and makes it not as much of a flaw. So I didn't have much of an issue with those moments as I thought I would. Yeah, no, so there's a lot of hidden adult humor and references in this, which I did like. Yeah, I really enjoyed the attention to detail they put into the music and as well. I thought it really added to the scenes and with the rhythm. Uh, thought that was really well done. And yeah, that's about it. I don't have the most to say about it. More so interested in him, but others think, I guess. But what I will say though is just for a story, I think I told Multi this in DMs. But yeah, this film was pitched many, many years ago, like I think 20 years ago. it was originally storyboarded by the creator to many studios such as Disney, and they kept declining him for many years. And I think one of the reasons might have been because the lead's gay. But yeah, I think this was a long time before streaming was a thing. So because of that, they were still releasing them in theaters, and it would have cost them money with being unable to release it in certain countries for that reason. So I think that was a reason why. But I don't really know for
But
sure.
maybe
But yeah,
I don't know the detail about storyboard stuff, but maybe it wasn't even specified it was gay. Maybe. So maybe that's
yeah.
even the
Who knows?
reason.
Maybe that was a change they made after it
Yeah.
finally got greenlit. But either way, it was it was like how I say they tried getting it greenlit for like 20 years, but yeah, finally
I
got
have a
greenlit now.
I have a few. I sort of did some research on the story, and it's not entirely that, but I'm gonna talk about it in my section. But
Oh, that's great. I
Oh,
like that. So usually
okay.
that's Cole thing. He does the research most of the time on our
Yeah, well, no,
stream.
I
He
didn't
knows
do too
bunch of
much
stuff.
research on this. Like again, I don't know the full story. As I said, I
But
don't know what happened. All I heard was that they tried getting it greenlit for many years. That's all, and
yeah,
that
that's
that's true.
so and yeah, and then yeah, and the rest I just made our assumptions. As I said, they're just assumptions. I don't know what's true or not. So, but I'm glad somebody else researched it though, because I didn't have time to research it. As I said,
No,
usually I
it's
that
would,
very.
but bit busy with the dirties for 50 minutes. So shit.
It's
that's
really
fine. That's fine. I really like when people bring up research about shows. That's amazing, Pumpkin. So
I
I'm
it wasn't planned for this. I just researched it like it
I'm
like it just happened.
I plan on going third, but I'm actually curious to hear your part. So go for it. I'm
Oh,
except if Cole is not done. Are you done, Cole?
yeah, I'll let Cole finish.
Oh yeah, no, I'm done.
Okay, so Pumpkin, that's your turn
Okay.
now. I want to
Uh,
hear you.
well, did you know the movie is from a graphic novel?
Really,
Yeah.
like
Oh,
I know near nothing about
Okay.
most of our movies. All I do is I see them, and that's it.
Uh,
That's why I say Cole is the one making the research. So
more,
that's very interesting.
more than that, it's not just a graphic novel. It's a graphic novel based on a Tumblr comic from the creator. So, like, I think when they were in high school, they had a comic on Tumblr, and then later on they did a graphic novel, and then later on it became a movie. So, like, this is a movie made from a Tumblr comic. It's pretty insane. And for apparently, what happened is it was developed by Blue Sky Studio, the ones who did Ice
Oh, they went
Age.
out of business, right?
Yeah, well, Disney sort of bought and canceled them at the same time, and so the movie should have been canceled then, but it was taken by another studio, which was Anapuran, Annapurna. So it sort of got saved. So that's pretty. And I mean, that kind of production usually leads to like a very messy, mostly unwatchable movies. Like a lot of movies that you say like, how did this happen? How did they go so bad? It's because of things like that. So I think it's pretty well done for a movie that got such a troubling uh, production. And yeah, no, it's I really liked it. Nimona was a very cool character. I think, I mean, she pretty much carries the movie. Like everyone's cool, but she's just like the movie has her name, and it's for a good reason.
I
And
agree.
yeah, I really like how dynamic it was. Like the storyboarding was very like actiony and like not people think action as combat, but just things like them talking or like chilling was like really they were always moving around, which is harder than you think. Like you have two people talking and you have to imagine a dynamic way of doing that. So I mean I don't I mean it's no masterpiece, but it like for a Netflix movie, it was very, very fun. And yeah. Also, it was believed that the Nimona was supposed to be um like a gender fluid character or something because the creator of the graphic novel is they are non-binary, I believe, and so like because Nimona, whether it's a shark or a girl, it's still Nimona. And there's a thing like, well, you know, uh, what are you? And she goes, I'm Nimona. So that really, I don't know, rang a bell for me. For people are like, yeah, but like, it's too complicated. Like, it's just a person. Like,
Oh
you're called
yeah,
that.
yeah.
So
That part. That's another part I didn't like, but yeah, you can
I
go.
can I can see it not liking it, but
Yeah, because it's not really like specific, and even Bao mentioned it, which I thought was funny because when she was like, "I'm Nimona," it's like, so is that your race or what? But
no,
Well, I think that's kind of the point of it.
it's
yeah,
like you're you.
yeah,
You can have titles, but mostly you're just you.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
It's like I feel like I I think you seem to see Marvel DC what Marvel DC Extinction Wrestlers.
You
Yeah.
can call him DC or Marvel, and usually
Okay.
that works.
I feel like you seem to see this as hard fantasy with like races and politics. I don't believe it was
I'm
the
not,
point of the story.
I'm not. It's just when I tried to look at the whole film like I normally do with other films. Like look.
I understand.
Like I don't really like often like kids films because I just feel like their stories are not that good. But I think some of them it's not problem. Like for me, Despicable Me 3 is one of my favorite movies, and that one's made
Really?
yeah. But
Wait, you
I
like
feel
Despicable Me?
the first two not really. The third one I do.
Oh
Really?
wow.
Yeah.
Damn, I mean, I thought the
DC,
first was decent. I didn't really like the second or third, but
there's a trend with DC. He likes stuff nobody likes, and he hates stuff people likes. But that's the charm of
yeah.
DC, you know.
I mean, what
Yeah.
I
That's
will say is every film's different. I think you kind of have to grade a lot of films on different
Yeah.
merits.
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. Pretty much. But no, it's nothing political or any of that. In fact, I personally didn't like Bao, but it's not because he was gay, but it's because I just didn't like the way he was written as a character, pretty much. So again, it has nothing to do with politics.
Oh no, no, no. I wasn't saying that either.
Oh,
I just
oh,
no, no, no. I
sorry.
wasn't like if you don't like that, then no, 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 no. I was just like I mean, it's a thing and you don't need to like it.
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
Yeah.
I think I must have misheard something, but yeah, yeah. For me, I just didn't like the film that much. But yeah,
and it's a
Do
reading of it. It's not necessarily a
yeah.
do you have other issue or likes or stuff
Uh,
you'd like to bring up,
mm,
Pumpkin?
do I have issues? I didn't like the liar betray thing. I think that was a bit not well handled. Like when Ballister is like, "Oh, I knew it all along. You were a monster and you were lying to me." And I get it. Like, he had the brainwashing and all, but and I mean, they needed a reason for uh it's what's commonly known as the third act breakup, which I always sort of hate. Like it's very rare that I feel it's granted and makes sense. Usually it's like it can be extremely worse, but I I don't know. I like people to be friends. And I mean it's for a conflict and then at the end it's resolved. I get it, but I feel like movies, they don't need it every time. But
yeah, yeah. I agree with that. Not every,
I
yeah. Go on, Malta.
Go ahead, go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say, yeah, I agree. Not every film always needs that kind of like story element, but some cases it works. Some cases it
yeah,
doesn't. Yeah,
we were talking about Zootopia. I actually liked it in Zootopia because it makes Judy confronts her biases against foxes, and I thought that was pretty. Like it needed to be like she couldn't just be like, oh, finally foxes are nice because I have this one friend, and she never confronts her ideas about it. So I do feel that it was needed there. but that's me. I know you don't like Zootopia.
I
Too.
I will be with you on that one. It felt very odd how suddenly the main character would flip on Nimona. Like by the end, he's like, "You lied to me." It felt off, but I still got a lot to say about that specific part. But I found it odd as well when I had seen that unfolding. Um, is there
Yeah.
anything else, man?
Well,
You have the floor. Like take as much space as you want.
all right. I was just gonna say, I feel like that scene where the liar and all, it was to bring it to the scene with Nimona becoming a great monster, because or else like she wouldn't really have any reason to become a great giant monster and have the climax of the movie. So I do know that sometimes in story you just need to bring characters places, but you need to try to make it more smoother. Like even if the destination is a great scene and all, uh, it still needs to have a safe journey. I don't know how to say it, but I think that was the ending. I mean, it's true. There are a lot of movies, especially kids movie with like the fake death reveal. But that one, I mean, at least it was like I don't know, it just changed things up. Like usually it's just like they're gonna like be like no, and then they cradle the body, and then like a single tear will fall, and then they will slowly woke up. Like they really had us going, which I could see being infuriating. But I really thought like, I mean, with everything else that happened in the movie, I was like, are they gonna just kill her? And I mean, the thing is, usually like if it was Disney or like DreamWorks or something, I was like, no. But Netflix animated movie, they go hard sometimes. Like I remember there was Next Gen, I believe. There was like a doctor character and he's just disintegrated. Like he was a main character, he gets disintegrated and they never talk about him again.
Hmm.
And I was like, what?
Yeah.
Because it comes from other countries. It comes from like little studios that don't have the American standards, and they can just like do what they want. So
Oh yeah, Netflix has produced or made like many great animated films, which is why it's so confusing. What they said about animation. Like I remember this one that came out, I Lost My Body, which they produced, and it was
yeah,
great.
I think it was it nominated for an Oscar or did it?
Yes,
I
and
don't.
it should have won over garbage Toy Story 4, but we won't talk about that.
Yeah, we don't talk about
Well, but I
that.
mean, Toy Story, they probably like paid all those judges nice
Well,
popcorn
of
for
course, it's
when they were.
Disney.
Yeah.
They gave them a bunch of goodie bags and stuff and champagne.
Yeah, or when there was a Boss Baby that was nominated, and one of the judges said, "Well, my friend, no, my children didn't want to see that movie about the war in Iran, but they want to see Boss Baby 3 times." So I think that tells a lot. And I'm like, no,
Oh yeah,
your
there's so
children
many
don't want to
stupid
see.
shit. Oh yeah, like if you want perfect example that sums up the Oscars and also how they think about animated films, it's 2014 when Big Hero 6 won over 4 far superior films nominated, and then they released the interviews of what the voters said, and it was some of the craziest shit ever. It's like I don't have time to watch weird Japanese anime films.
Oh yeah, no, of course, no. And I mean, of course, just the Oscar, like it's supposed to be the best movie of the world, but there's an international category.
Hmm.
Like
Yeah,
it can't be
it's just
international if it's the
promotional. That's all the
world.
Oscars is.
I want to see the other movies of
Yeah,
2014.
it's just a money game. That's all the Oscars is, and they're stupid, and we're all gonna die.
Yeah.
Do you want to add more, Budkin?
No, I think that was pretty much it. But
Yeah.
yeah, so good movie.
You. So
Mhm.
now it's my take, and before I move on, I gotta mention that crowd, the anti-woke crowd. It's hilarious because after watching this movie, I enjoyed the movie, by the way, but after watching this movie, I'm like, how did I not hear about it? Like the anti-woke crowd would be all over this movie for like so many reasons.
Yeah, because it's almost like they only cover stuff that's mega popular so they can get a bunch of clicks. It's almost like they're just a bunch of grifters. Oh, so this is bought probably,
But
but
yeah,
anyway.
I just realized.
Yeah, it's almost like because this wasn't popular enough, so they didn't bother. It's almost like they're just giant grifters that don't care. They just want their money. Damn. What do you know?
And that's actually a good thing they were not all over this movie, because this movie was very enjoyable. I think it's a well-made movie, and it's just hilarious. All these grifter are like really like sexist, racist, all the folk that exist, and that movie just flew under their radar without them noticing the movie. That's just hilarious, because that would be the kind of movie they would criticize just because it has diversity in it. Um, so yeah, I wanted that's all I wanted to say before I move on to really speaking about the movie. Um, it's kind of sad that movie wasn't known by much. I don't know how much money it brought to Netflix. I hope it did
Yeah.
well. I really hope it did
Yeah,
well.
I mean, it was at least well received on like every site. Like, it will probably get like an animation nomination at the Oscar if I had to guess, but who really knows? I mean, all of them aren't out yet. Like, just can't really tell. I mean, like, Hayao Miyazaki's film is still coming out this year, unless it counts for next year. I don't know how the release date is compared to Japan, but
So I got a few issues here and there. The first one, and I know Cole and probably Pupkin will be like, "Oh, but that kind of stuff happened." It still happened. Plot convenience. The knight bumping into his love interest as they escape. I don't know the names of the characters. The only character I know, her name is Nimona. Um, so yeah, at some point, like they just bump into each other as they escape. It's like very convenient.
yeah.
Um,
Well, I mean, what I will say is every guard was after them, though, and there's not like a crazy amount of guards. So, I mean, it during something like that, it would eventually happen, you would think, but also, I don't think it was like a cause for them escaping. If anything, it made them, get less of a chance of escaping.
yeah.
I'd
Uh,
actually give it to you. I mean, it does work in the same building, but like, yeah.
he just happens to
Yeah, I
go
mean, it's a
inside
bit of a
us.
plot
But it's
convenience,
the
but
drama.
Yeah, exactly. Next up would be some of the humor didn't land for me. I specify some because most of the time I was laughing or smiling at least, but sometimes I was like, "Oh my, that wasn't funny," and they tried. Next up would be the aiming of the guard wasn't consistent. They could break the cell phone, but hey, they missed Nimona and the main character when they were escaping. Um, so
yeah, I
like,
knew you would bring that up.
Yeah.
I will say I can't defend some of the aiming in it. I mean, it's just it's gonna happen stuff like this. There is some bad aiming moments, but what I will say is there is a lot of moments so that then are later explained away because the powers, or at least her not taking it as seriously because she knows she can easily get them out anyway. But there's other moments that can't be explained.
what? They can't aim. It's like, brother, why? Why?
Everybody can
Why?
make that shot with the phone, but
Why would they trust anything the director would say? They didn't trust main character. That felt very off because they had somewhat of a proof, but they kind of flipped the narrative, and I was like, that feels very off and odd. Like, I know
well, wait,
that
hold on. What point could they not trust with the? What do you mean?
that was when there was the reveal.
And
Uh,
when he like wanted to go, instead of like not trusting her, he still like went there or
well,
and whatnot.
I'm looking at my issues because I remember at one point I was like, they just got to prove that she did sketchy thing, shady thing, and that was a video proof. That wasn't the cell phone one. That was the one they kind of manufactured. Um, yeah, that's when they use Nimona ability to like shapeshift, and then the director just stabbed Nimona. Um, like they still trusted the director after that. It felt
Yeah,
very
well, it's
off.
because they got the other video proof of shapeshifting all the time, so they thought, okay, they were they shaped into her, I
Do you mean
guess.
they as the public or they as
The
the
organization,
Alistair?
like
Oh,
they let her just go on the basement, get the scroll to tell everyone, oh, that creature exists. They were about to arrest her, and suddenly she has that magic paper that kind of saved her butt.
I
Uh,
mean,
that feels very off for me.
I feel like it's sort of happening right now, but
Hmm.
like
Yeah, it
people with
happens a lot in
power
society. Yeah, people with power have extra time,
having,
and
yeah, it's the very clear proof of doing bad things, but somehow they turn it around and people are like, "Oh no, they're not that bad. It's this other problem."
hmm
But the moment she was arrested or under arrest, she should have been like an indictment or something that takes her away her
uh,
power. You know?
with people in that power, not all the time. Sometimes they have some leeway and stuff.
Yeah, I feel like both of you are trying to find excuses for the
No,
writers.
it's just the kid. No, I'm not defending the writing at all. There are moments in the writing, I think are a bit lazy, but that's not one of them. That just happens all the time in real life, and I think they depicted it pretty accurately. I mean, if it wasn't the case, then I mean, all these politicians would still be in jail right now,
Yeah, you're right on that. You're right.
and they also
I give
have,
you that.
probably lawyers. Maybe the lawyer, helped her with that. I don't know, but anyway, it doesn't matter. But also, I will say, what I was going to say, right? I mean, I know you're going to bring up one of the issues with you lied to me as Cinnamon Pumpkin did, because I know you hate those
Actually, no.
story moments.
I
Oh,
won't bring that
because I
one
was going
up.
to say I didn't like. Wow. Okay.
I didn't want. You know
Wow.
why I didn't? It's because of the
Why?
character growth of the main character. Because that was like a step to really purify him of his opinion on Nimona. It's like it
Hmm.
was a way to really seal the deal of him trusting Nimona, and like if
Okay.
that was just like if they left their relationship that way, oh, you lied to me, we are no more friend, and the interaction ends there, I would have gotten a
Man,
huge issue. But
this is shocking.
just because that was part of the growth in this and the storytelling of the friendship itself,
Yeah,
I
and because
kind
of
of
the
gave it
universe
a
it sets
pass.
up. Yeah.
I
I
I
was I was gonna say all this, but I guess you already said it. Damn, I didn't expect you to not have it as a flaw. That's
I did
I
consider
mean,
it. I just
yeah, I
waited
mean,
for the
but I will say
payoff.
I didn't love the scene itself. I still don't love like them doing that stuff all the time. I think that there are better storytelling ways you could find. But yeah, I was just gonna say, in with the logic of the world, though, it does still make sense because of all that. But okay, you said it yourself. Damn, I was just gonna point that out because I didn't expect you to actually, have it down and not as a flaw. But okay, wow.
But you know me very well because that was like at first it came across as a flaw and I didn't mark it down, but I
Yeah.
erased it after watching the payoff because I
Yeah.
was
Now,
like,
what I will
okay,
say though is that I still didn't love like the scene and the execution of it, but it still makes sense. I'd say.
yeah, and that's kind of why I gave it a pass in the end after thinking about what they were really trying to do with both characters. My next issue, plot convenience again. The bully just happening to see the meeting between both lovers. And by the way, speaking of the bully, I actually forgot to mention that individual because he actually left my mind, but that character is one note. I truly hate it. Like that character is awful. I hate it. I just hate it. He's just there to be a bully, and that's it. He feels like a plot device more than a character, and it's sad. And I hate it.
That is true. But I like his line of like, when you first come in, I thought you were just like a loser, and he's like, and no, that's it.
That's
That
a
was his
great line. I
that was
liked
his
it.
best line.
That was a great line. I agree with you. That was a great line.
But he
But
should have disappeared after that.
Yeah.
yeah, the character is godly awful. I hate it. Um. So yeah. So the bully just by himself brought two issues. Next up, the love interest plot armor. All the other knight died on the beam except for him. Remember at the very end when she goes crazy because she wants to end the monster, and the beam will pew 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 burn every knight except for the love interest. It's like, okay, you really want me to suspend disbelief that much? It won't work on me. This is low magic. Um, so these are my issues. Now, I got a bunch of likes. Too many to mention all of them. But I will mention a lot of things nonetheless. I thought the lore was interesting. Um, the breakout of the present scene was amazing, even if we had a plot convenience by the end. Nimona was very likable. Um, Nimona reason to help being revenge being a team in the movie was interesting. And another thing I really liked is the theme of acceptance, tolerance. I think it's well written in the movie. A lot of shows and movies try to push the same kind of message, but they just can't because the writing is not good enough. But here in this movie, I think it's well handled. The idea is we create monsters. People are not really born monsters. They are only monsters if we let them be monsters. And I really like that approach, and it's very deep for a kids movie, as we say. Um, there's also a lot of brainwash happening in the city, just like what Cole has mentioned. Um, the flashbacks were also really cool. Um, and I also liked a lot another thing in the scene where um, Nimona was rejected by the other girl in the flashbacks. That shows that Nimona cares about what people think and say. And this also goes back to when the main character lashed out on Nimona for lying to him, because she turns into a monster because she cared about what he was thinking. And when she thought he hated her, that's when she lost her things. That was a proof that she cares about people, and I think that's just a great exchange there. The other highlight is really like the main character struggle. Like he needs to consider his old ways as being the wrong way because he used to discriminate monsters and creatures because the Order of Knights told him to do so, and now he's working with one, and he realized maybe the Order was wrong. And Nimona is a good person, and he needed to have that moment of I I got betrayed, but it's more like the situation that betrayed me, not necessarily Nimona. Overall, I really like the movie. It's not perfect. All of you have heard about my issues. I think I would give Nimona a 7 out of 10. Uh, what would be your grade out of 10, Marvel?
A 1.
My. Buckin, what about you? What would be your grade out of 10?
Sorry. Hi. Uh, I'd say an 8.
8. And what about you, Cole?
Like a 7.
We are equals there. Um, so thank you very much, Popkin. Is there anything else you'd like to add about Nimona or about anything?
I'd like to ask a question to Marvel.
Yeah.
Uh, I I really hope you don't take this the bad way. I'm very curious. So there's a lot of movies that I like that you dislike. So I'd like to know what movies you like.
Oh, yeah. There's some. There's I have a few. There's the 1989 Batman, Batman Returns, Batman Forever, Batman and Robin, Superman 4: The Quest for Peace, The Dark Knight, Batman v Superman: Dawn of Justice. Let's see, the Raimi trilogy, the Raimi Spider-Man trilogy, The Amazing Spider-Man 1. I like the Mega Shark movies. I like the Sharknado movies, though I haven't seen the majority of them. I plan to anyway. I like Dino Croc versus Super Gator. I like Komodo versus Cobra. Let's see what else.
Do you like any animated stuff or?
Oh yeah, I do. I like the Madagascar movies. 2 and 3. Penguins of Madagascar. I like the SpongeBob.
Ooh, I didn't see the movies, but
Oh
no,
yeah,
the Madagascar movies like they are like me and Lunatic Overlords like childhood. We can quote it.
yeah, yeah. Earlier I did say I like Despicable Me 3. Let's see. I'm trying to think of anything else.
Did you ever see Megamind?
Yeah, I have.
Not your thing?
Yeah, I didn't like it that much. But yeah. Um, trying to think of any other like kids films that I like.
I could be not kids things that are animated.
I mean, yeah, I mentioned some of them, like some of the ones I mentioned before I went specifically kids films. Let's see. At the moment, I don't think I have that many.
No,
Apart,
it's cool. I sort of put you on the spot, but no, it's
yeah, don't worry.
I've learned a lot and I'm happy.
Yeah.
What
Yeah,
was your next? No, sorry, yes.
no, I was just gonna say that's kind of how I sometimes feel about doing this podcast. Like I actually learn new things. So again, yeah. So you're not always alone. So, but yeah, you can go on for now.
I was gonna ask, what's the next subject you guys were gonna talk about?
Ahsoka episode 1 and 2, and I think it's only Cole and I that have seen it.
Yeah, pretty much. If
All
I had
right.
if I had not fallen asleep earlier today, I would have seen it. At least maybe episode 1.
Yeah.
That's also a problem for me. Like coming in the middle like that, it's like, oh, I should watch episode 7, but like, should I just watch episode 7 or? I
Well,
mean, the Black Mirror episodes I could.
Ahsoka is starting. Ahsoka, we like the first 2 episodes were out last week, and next
Oh,
week we cover
really?
episode 3.
Okay.
So next week we cover episode 3 of Ahsoka. I will send you again the schedule, and I will
Right.
also send it to your brothers,
Yeah.
so both of you can see what we will cover. And we got
Yeah.
the entire schedule for September. And watch as many things as you can, and as many things as you're interested to see.
Yeah.
A lot of movies, like in September, I know we will start a lot of movie franchise, but we will still have like these one-off or two-off movie where you don't need any sequel or anything else like that. But
Are
yeah,
you?
Ashoka, it's still very early, as I said. Ashoka episode 1 and 2, if we cover 1 and 2, it's mainly because they dropped both episodes the same day last week. They
Okay.
basically air the episode at 9 p.m. on Tuesdays, and usually at 9 p.m. on Tuesdays we record this podcast there. So that's why we are like a week behind with Ashoka. But if you catch up, if you watch like the first 3 episodes for next week, and that would be great. We will just have your take on the
Yeah.
first 2 episodes, even if you missed the core discussion we will have. we still do return about topics from past weeks
Mm.
if it's still very close. I will give a good example. Um, I had seen Mission Impossible: Dead Reckoning as it was airing on theater, and Cole also had seen it. And for other reason, DC has seen it a week later,
Mm.
but we still did a small return on it the following week with DC once he has seen the movie.
Cool, cool. Well, also you said you were gonna do the first Indiana Jones, or you gotta do them all,
Uh,
or
yeah. So
all right.
starting next week, we will cover Indiana Jones. So
Well,
next week
the
we do the first one, and the following week we most likely do the second one. I think there are five of them, so we will cover Indiana Jones until October, basically.
ooh, well, the when you do the, I do not know the English word, the temple, the
Yep.
Temple of
temple,
Doom.
Temple
I
of
think
Doom.
that's the third one.
Yeah. Well, I love that one, so I'm there.
But if you want, watch as many things as you want, and as long as you have seen at least one topic, you're great for us, and you can just come in when you can, like just like today. That's great. Like I said it many times. Sometimes we have guests only for one topic. Like today, DC only had seen two topics, so he is only there for two topics, and he's our co-host. So that's fine if we have like people that only have seen one. Um, so yeah, I will
Yeah.
send you the schedule. I will send your brother the schedule.
Yep.
And is there anything going on your end? Have you started a YouTube channel? Have you started anything? Is there anything you'd
Uh,
like to promote?
well, there's always my game that I'm making at Spooky Kiwi Studio on Instagram. If people like RPG games, check it out, I guess. So yeah.
Okay, so thank you very much for joining us today. Um, so I don't think you have seen the other topic. I will
Mm.
look back. I don't know by heart everything, but what's left to cover for today, I will still repeat it in case you may have seen one of them. So today, August 29th, we have Firefly. Have you seen that TV show? That was a 14 episode TV show.
I don't think so. No.
Okay. Have you haven't seen Ahsoka, and you haven't seen My Adventures with Superman? That one is almost ending. I
Yeah.
think it has only 10 episodes, and next week is
Yeah.
most likely the last one. Otherwise, in movie, we got Operation Avalanche. Have you seen that one?
No.
Blackberry.
No. Is it about the cell phone?
Yeah,
Wow.
we covered a movie about shoes like 2 weeks ago.
But I mean, Blackberry was made in Quebec, right?
Mm-hmm.
Canada, Quebec. I'm not quite sure. At Waterloo, I think.
Oh, okay. Oh,
Yeah.
that's cool. Canada did
But yeah,
something.
the last movie we'll cover is Talk to Me, and this I don't think you have seen it.
No, but
Um,
sounds great. So you guys have fun, and
Thank you again.
yeah,
As I said, I'm glad to have people only for one topic. It's always great. So I will wish you a great day and take care. We will talk later.
yeah. So see you guys. Bye.
Bye.
Bye. And DC, same thing for
Yep.
you.
Yep.
Is there
Bye.
anything you'd like to plug? That's your time for the goodbyes, I think.
Not at the moment, but Friday, like I said, in my community post, I should start recording. I think I'm gonna do my pay per view review for WrestleMania 31. For due to the fact one of the wrestlers passed away a while like around this month. But yeah, for the most part, I should start recording back Friday. And I should start recording probably on for September, October, November, and December. So that way I can have like a bunch of videos for 2024 where every day I'm just gonna be uploading at best, so I can be at least more schedule. But yeah. Apart from that, I should be fine for the most part. But yeah.
Thank you very much, man. Here again. I know you're very occupied now that school is has returned. Thank
Yep.
you for coming, spending times with us. That's always very fun. I had a blast with you, man. Thank you very much. Man, have a good one. Take care, and we will talk later.
All right. Bye.
Bye. Just like when we first
Mhm.
started, Cole. So next topic,
Yeah.
I guess. Um, I'd suggest right now. I'm looking to my notes, and we should move on with Ashoka because Ashoka is kind of far in my memory. Um,
Right. And yeah,
you had
so
time to watch
Parker
both episodes,
said
did
that
you?
he didn't watch it.
Huh?
Yeah, I don't know if I'm gonna go in much detail in the second episode, but the first episode, sure, I guess I could. But I mean, also just the again reminder, Parker didn't. He said he didn't end up watching it this week, but maybe next week he could watch the 3 episodes. I don't know, but anyway, yeah, I will say I don't think this was has been amazing so far the show or anything, but it's been pretty solid so far. These first 2 episodes, I'd say it's under, and I would say it's like how would I rank this? Maybe like it's under Andor and like Mandalorian season 1 so far. I would say it's more like on Mandalorian season 2 level, but for an enjoyment level, this is more up there for me right now. Uh, like I would say the performances so far have been great, and there's been a lot of some compelling storylines and character moments at right now. And again, the biggest strength of this is they finally made a fucking Star Wars live action thing that actually has good lightsaber duels and everything. Yippee! Finally, it only took however long. But
It
yeah,
took 9 movies.
it's not like Clone Wars level or anything, but yep, it's still good. It's still great. But yeah, and again, I have some bias just because I really like the character, but again, really enjoyed all that stuff there. Um, some of the supporting characters, think they could have done a more interesting job with like the storylines in episode 1 and episode 2, but and with the setups. But I still enjoyed it for the most part. I didn't hate or anything. On like a visual and filmmaking standpoint, I think it was solid. I don't think it was amazing, but I don't think it was bad. So definitely, I think there was some room for improvement though. I was a little scared though with the director of it though, because he has done other stuff before. He did some episodes of Book of Boba Fett, and he did some and he did the Clone Wars movie, and they both sucked.
I like
But
the Clone
he
Wars
did his.
movie. Stop lying. It's
Uh,
better than lots of movies, bro.
Listen, after you watch the TV show, rewatch the Clone Wars movie, and you'll understand all the issues with it. But anyway, I mean, I'd say he did a good job though, and yeah, I'd say the music's good, the editing's good. Yeah, no really issues there. I didn't have a problem with the pacing either, and yeah, I thought there were some good like long shots that they did a pretty good job with. So yeah, no issues there. I mean, that's it for like a base level. If you want me to like dive deeper into the things that happen into the episodes, I can later. But I'll let you go.
Oh my, oh my. It's funny how negative the internet is for all of the wrong reason. Here again, anti-woke crowd, they
Yeah.
ate the crap
Again,
out
they,
of
they
this
live in a
show.
bubble. They're the minority. If you look online, the show's getting raved ratings, right?
I'm not saying that's amazing, but I just find their content really dishonest. That's the best way to put it. It's as much dishonest as the leftists that will stand by everything Disney and Marvel for the sake of being against the anti-war crowd. But man, it's not good reviews what they do. It's like they all say the same thing. That's really the perfect example of an echo chamber where everyone is on the exact same page. It's like they had a meeting and they were like, guys, that must be all of ours freaking opinion about everything and everyone and the show itself. And when you watch their reviews, man, these people they ate on the show just because there are strong women in it. And it's stupid. It's brain rot as we call it. Um yeah, it's sad. Some people won't give this show a chance because of dishonest people. So with that being said, I still have a few issues here and there. I think we are in for a very slow TV show, and you know me, I'm not a big fan of pacing being terrible. How many episodes do you think we will get? Do we have a
Uh,
official number?
for Ahsoka,
Yeah,
yeah, they released the total amount of episodes a while ago. They said it would be 8.
8 episodes.
Yeah,
Are you kidding me?
I will say. They also said apparently the first episode for Ahsoka it drawed 14 million views.
Okay,
Yeah, I just read that, so I figured I'd bring it up. But
that's
yeah,
interesting facts, but I am already worried a lot by this show. Um, it's not bad, but 8 episodes. Are you kidding me?
yeah, and I'm pretty sure the third episode is releasing tonight. So
Yeah, at 9 p.m. So like,
it's at the 29th. Yeah.
I don't
Wait,
see
9
that
p.m. Eastern?
show. Yeah, I
Okay.
don't I don't see that show being worthy enough for a 9 episode run. I just 8 episode run. I just don't see it. The characters are not layered enough for that.
Mm-hmm.
It's sad to say, but they are very one note, one dimensional. And that's all I will start this review. I will first speak about episode 1. The more I thought about that one, the worse the episode became. Um, like, the characters are really one dimensional, there's no layer to them. It's sad. The next stop, pacing was godly awful. Why do they feel the need to have like a 1 hour episode long? Like 1 hour long episode, you need to give me something worthy. Like some of the Daredevil TV show episode lasted for an hour. Some. And sometimes pacing was off, even for Daredevil, which was a well written show. Um, I like multi-topic cis character. Yeah, the characters they're not that great. Um, so next up, after pacing being really bad, we got predictable apprentice going against Ashoka. Like the apprentice saying, "No, I will still bring the sphere with me, even if you told me to not do so." It's predictable. It's not even good because you see it coming, and it's another one-dimensional character. She just sounds and seems like a selfish person. That's like, I want to do something, I will do it regardless of other people, and I don't care about that character. That apprentice, is that like your supporting character that will follow your main character for the entire show? Is that like your second lead for the show? If it's the case, she's not worthy. She's not a good enough character, and it has nothing to do with being woman or anything. It's really the writing. Like, she just feels like that rebel, and that's it. She's a rebel, and there's no other layers. Oh, she has a troubled past. She was a Mandalorian, and she was trained by a Jedi. Okay, what more? Why should I care for that character? Why? That's like the true question. So her just going off like that and not listening to Ashoka just made her like being really annoying. And I can already see the character growth if she gets any. By the end, she will listen to people. She will be on the right side. She won't be that rebel anymore. It's predictable. It's not that great. I I feel like we deserve better than this shit. Anyway, that's my attention on that supporting character with predictable future. And on top of that, her stupidity gives the sphere to the villains. On top of that, um, next up, lots of telling instead of showing. Now that goes back to what I have heard and seen. A lot of people told me to fully understand this show, you need to have seen the animation, like the Clone Wars TV show or something like that. I think it's freaking stupid to expect that from viewers. You cannot build a show based on something else. Well, you can, but you need to give a proper show and not something that relies heavily on something else. And I feel like maybe a lot of the off-screen things happened in the show, and they didn't want to bring that in live action or something like that. But that's an issue for me because they have so much like telling all of these adventures that they don't show us. And I'm like, I want to see it. It's a TV show, isn't it? Like, it's not a novel I'm reading. Am I reading a novel? Um,
Yeah. I mean, I think
Next
at
up,
some points it can work. Like, there's even films that are kind of like audio books, honestly, that actually kind of work. But for the most part, yeah, I would prefer that. Like, it's a visual medium, and you can tell a lot in just the visuals, a lot of messages. But some people like Jaded don't seem to understand.
yeah, yeah,
Oh, so
and
I'm sorry if I would talk with you right now and also respond to stuff and agree or disagree, but yeah,
yeah,
I'm talking to somebody right now, so apologies, but yeah, apparently, yeah, Mrs. said she hasn't heard from Jaded in like 40 hours, so she wanted me to try to contact him, see if he's all right.
oh, I see. Okay.
So yeah, I'm sorry.
Uh,
So I tried.
okay. So my last issue with episode number 1. The nighttime action sequence had terrible lightning. Um, I thought the fight in itself was fine. I enjoyed it, but the lightning, man, I don't know what they were thinking. They have some lights on, please. I want to see what's going on. It's a freaking visual media. It's like, man, why are you doing this to me, TV show? I really want to like you, but I just think you're deeply flawed. Um, Outside of that, I thought the action sequence was cool. Like when they first entered the ship, and it's funny how the anti-woke crowd they want to tear that ship scene apart just to pretend they have substance to what they do, but they don't. It's like they want nitpicks for the sake of nitpicks, just to say like it's wrong because it's wrong. Anyway, I enjoyed that action sequence. That was entertaining. The music was decent. Ashoka versus the droid was cool. the apprentice of the villain following Ashoka apprentice, at least like when they showed the villain apprentice following Ashoka apprentice, I don't know their name. I don't care about their name. They're all forgettable character. I won't bother learning their names. But they showed that. I was glad they showed that because they explained how she knew where the sphere was. So on that aspect, they tried. The writing, they do try on that department to make sense. Um, Next up, um, the action sequence was entertaining again. When there was action, that was cool. I really like the show when there's action, but when there's nothing going on and it's just them talking in the room, it's like, can this scene end, please? If the
Yeah.
characters were better, I would be all in for it. But
Well,
the
what I will say is I was still entertained by those moments, sort of, and this is why. Because again, I have bias for the character. I like the character, and in the Clone Wars, there are talking scenes and such, but they do it in a very charismatic way where it's still very entertaining, and to even just hear and learn about, and especially with the main character here, and that's what they're trying to do here, and it works at points, even if like what they're talking about isn't the most interesting, or it doesn't like need it. Like they could be doing other stuff during the talking scenes instead of just standing there. Like again, we watch many films that do that stuff, and it's no excuse really. Again, we'll watch some Edgar Wright films in the future, and that another example of stuff that well, films that do the opposite. But either way, because of that, I was still a little entertained. But the issue is here's the issue of why still not very much is because unlike the Clone Wars TV show, I would say I don't know if it's the script's fault or the actress's fault, but they aren't really like utilizing her very well that they usually would in scenes with being like charismatic and stuff.
yeah, so that's pretty much it for the talk for at least episode one. Because I don't have much more to say. Do you have anything else to add to episode one? Like more stuff you liked or didn't like about the first episode?
Nothing much. And again, everything I said about the first episode, again, it's the same goes for the second episode. The second episode, here's the thing, I watched it when I was busy doing stuff, so because of that, I was a little sidetracked. So I don't remember too much about it, so I don't have much to go into detail. All I can really say is that all the positives and negatives I gave about, it just now and with the first episode, I also have with the second episode about the same. But next week, I'm gonna rewatch the second, without being sidetracked, and I'll give more clearer thoughts maybe. But you can keep going though.
Okay, so episode one for me was a 7 out of 10. It's just average. I do think the good outweighed the bad, but the bad still exists. So if someone pretend it's a perfect show, 10 out of 10, it's not, brother. It's not. What would be your grade out of 10 for episode one of Ashoka?
With Ahsoka, I would say like a 7.
Oh, we are the same again, but my
Yeah,
my 7 is a bit harsher than yours.
yeah. And what I'll say is, since I don't have much to say, I'm just gonna mainly let you talk for episode 2, and maybe next week I'll say more. But for episode 2, I can just give my rating now. Like again, around like a 6.5 to 7, I'll give it.
Oh, really? That's interesting because I thought the second episode was much, much better.
Oh,
And it's hilarious because it's shorter. It's 12 freaking minutes shorter. So this proves that runtime means nothing. Don't pretend to have substance when you're empty. Just don't do that, show. Um, so I think the runtime really helped. I still thought there was pacing issue here and there, but that wasn't anywhere near as bad. Like I feel like episode 1 could have lasted maybe like 45 minutes instead of 54, and episode 2 instead of 42 it could have lasted like 36 or 37, a bit like the book of Boba Fett. Um, so that's how I see it. So pacing is my first issue in episode 2, but it's nowhere near as bad as episode 1. People can't aim. People can't aim. On top of that, um, I mentioned it already. The characters are not good enough to make me care for them speaking in the room. Characters are still kind of shit. Even the Shoka is not that amazing, and I like the actress a lot. I think it's Rosario Dawson, if I'm right, and she was the nurse in there. So it's really nothing against the actress. I think she is doing her best. It's just the writers. Um, they are just good at making bland characters. So the first thing I liked was Ashoka destroying the droid was cool. The lore was interesting. How they healed the girl was cool. Because she got stabbed and she got healed, and I like that process. It's more than just, oh, I will patch you up. No, they really fill that hole with fake, uh, I guess. Um, we also had great action again. Uh, when there's action, this is when the Shoka as a TV show shines. Um, it's not their dialogue, it's not the story, it's the action. I want more action. I don't have much more to say again. Um, I think episode number 2 deserves the 8.5 out of 10. And what about you, Cole?
Oh, sorry.
Cole,
What's that?
what would be the grade you would give out of 10
I
for
already said
episode
it,
2?
kind of.
Uh,
It was like a
oh
6.5
yeah,
to
right.
7.
I
But again,
I
I'll
forgot.
rewatch and I'll see if it improves. Like again, I wasn't paying it much attention, so I'll rewatch it and probably most likely I'll rate at least I might raise it to like a 7 to 7.5 at least. I would have a guess, like because again, I wasn't really paying attention, but we'll see how much I actually enjoy it.
Okay. I guess that closes off the Shoka, except if you'd like to share more.
No,
I
it's
guess
about
not.
it.
We don't have much to say on the Shoka. That's the sad thing. We got all of the anti-woke that are proud to showcase how sexist they are, and there's us.
Yeah.
We don't have much more
Next
to
week
go
I'll try
on.
to write down more for Ahsoka, but I was too busy with like the longer shows and the movies for this week.
And I hope Pupkin will have the time to watch all 3 episodes so she can join us on the Shoka
Hmm.
talk.
I
I'm
mean,
sure
even if she only
she,
watches 1 or 2, she can still talk about it when she joins.
yeah, and knowing her, that I don't know if that's the kind of show she would like, but she will like what the show represents because she likes diversity a lot. Um, so even if she may not be the biggest fan of the show, she will still bring interesting views on it. Um, so yeah, um, I guess we can move on to the next topic. And right now I am going through my notes for every movie we covered. Next up could be Operation Avalanche. I don't know how you say it. I know how I say it. It's It's very similar in French, which is hilarious. That's why it f my mind when I see it. So Operation Avalanche. How do you say it, Cole?
Yeah, just that Operation Avalanche. I don't know if I pronounced it right because my English, I'm dyslexic, but sorry. But yeah, it's just that Operation Avalanche.
Yeah. So that's dumping now. Did you do any research about the movie?
Um, yeah, well, no, for this one, I didn't dive in to talk about every like metaphor and message and everything as I did with like the Dirties because that one was like a lower budget one that on the surface didn't seem like much and had a lot of stories to it that would also lead to their other projects. So I mainly wanted to for that. This one I didn't, but I saw a lot. I saw a decent amount to talk about, or just say what I think about the film. But again, so basically the whole premise and setup of this film is it's like a mockumentary style film, and sort of like a footage that that's like dug up that NASA and the FBI and everybody tried to hide, like a mockumentary on if the U.S. actually faked the moon landing, and that actually happened. Then this is like a mock film about it, and I think it's a genius idea. And
They
I
really
think
faked
they
it?
did a
They were
no.
proof of that?
Uh, Conspiracy theorists say like want to think so, but no, there's not like proof, and as far as we know, it's real. But there's a lot of conspiracy theories on people thinking they faked it, and this is a film that's like a mock film on if it was real and if they did and if it was actually like filmed, then this would be it basically. And yeah, I think they did a great job though. Like the old black and white footage and everything, and the direction was great. And just for a fun fact, yeah, again, they secretly filmed this at NASA before they closed down that facility there. So yeah, that's also why they were, secretly kind of like talking at points and scenes. But yeah, I think this did a great job though. Like there were again, if you don't know about like the conspiracies or anything that went on at this time, there's going to be a lot of stuff that goes over your head a bit, but there's a lot of like conspiracies about it, and they do a lot. They talk about a lot of stuff like, oh, the flag, what was it moving, or the flag was moving in a way where, in the photo, where it looks like it was like a fan in a studio, or it's like there's no stars in the background. It's space. Why is there no stars? Or why is there like something that looks like a number on the rock in that photo? And why does it look just like so ominous and everything? It's like, and so many other things. And yeah, this film basically, so yeah, it basically, yeah, acts like a documentary where they basically like go through all that and like act out all of it as if that was actually the case. If it was actually fake like that and all those conspiracies were real. And I think and they did a great job at it and covered basically like every area that you can. And yeah, I thought it was just very interesting and compelling, and with the characters and the performances and how it was made personally. And there are a lot of intense moments as well. Now, this is something that a lot of people aren't going to be like interested in. They're going to find like boring and with the slow pacing and everything, and I understand that. But for me, I found it interesting, and especially like in the climax with them like trying to get away from like being fucking snuffed. Like that was great. And then and I think they did a great job of like depicting it as if it was actually like in the 60s. So yeah, I mean, I don't have much else to say about it for now, but yeah, I thought it was a very interesting film. And yeah, they're also when they dropped the trailer for it on HBO, like again, this film got a bit of HBO back and it was produced by them, just like the show we're gonna watch for the next 2 weeks by them. Um, it got a decent chunk of dislikes because idiots actually thought it was some like conspiracy theorist film that's saying, the moon landing's fake and we're going to show you how it was done. It's like, no, it's a mocking of it, you fucking idiots. But anyway, so what did you think about this? I'm guessing you probably at most gave it like a 7 just because of the slow pacing and everything, but we'll see.
Pacing was horrendous. You're damn right. You know me well.
Yeah.
Pacing. Guy using a car to hit someone instead of a gun. Oh my, I lost brain cell. The guy being dumb enough to ask question. I lost even more brain cell. The guy didn't shoot when they were facing each other. I thought that was when the movie became a parody. I was like, both cars are having it like one is going backward, the other one is driving in a straight line.
Yeah, well, what I will say is, I mean, some of it is a bit of like intentionally like silly because again, it's crazy silly like conspiracies of what like how it all played out. So it's also intentionally doing that a bit.
Yeah, I these issues I mentioned, they really bothered me. But I thought most of the movie was entertaining because I don't know anything about conspiracy theories. Like, in my mind, guys went in space on the moon and that's it. There's not even that political sphere that I tend to hear from American when
But
they
yeah,
say,
they
"Oh,
think
the
they
Cold
faked it so
War."
they could
And
beat the Soviet Union and everything. Yeah.
I've never seen that aspect, um, because I'm from Canada, so I'm kind of disconnected of the Cold War stuff.
Mm-hmm. I
Um,
see. I mean, I
so
am too, but I eventually, researched it and everything. But yeah. Also, Jaded's. There's actually a lot of people in our communities who actually truly thinks it's kind of fake to an extent. I mean, I don't, but I think there's a lot of conveniences that happen in life, and then that makes things look weird, and then people just want to boil it to like it being faked or something, sort of like 9/11 being staged, just because people are storytellers and they have these wild ideas, and I think they just want to they want to feel like they discovered something like big and special. I really think like there's some of them that I do agree with, like maybe not agree, but like at least can understand like conspiracies and stuff, and some of them that are definitely like real, but there's how do I say there's a lot of them where I just think is that. But either way, with the moon landing, though, there's a lot of people in our communities who do sort of believe it, or there is some people who partly do. Like Jaded says that he does think the U.S. went to the moon, but that when this when they did here in the 60s against the Soviet Union for the first time, that they didn't, that was faked, because he brings up how they went to the moon like 8 or like dozens of other times for no reason.
yeah,
But at
I
the end of the day, though, there's nothing like proven, and all the scientists and stuff say, yeah, it's pretty much probably not true, especially because in order for that to be the case, there would have to be like tens of thousands of scientists who have like never revealed anything, who worked on the project. But
and
yeah.
I'd like to share something else. Like, everything has truth somewhere deep inside. Maybe in the foundation, maybe in the execution, but there's truth somewhere. So maybe it was really staged, but I feel like it's in the past for me, and I never cared enough to really do research on that. And even there, I think it's kind of hard in 2023 to do research because there's a bunch of like misinformation spread around with the internet era and stuff. I feel like the best time to investigate that kind of stuff is right after something happened, because the longer
Mm-hmm.
you wait, the harder it will be for you to really like separate
Well, they were
what's
never going
true
to
and
the JFK era.
yeah. So, um, I still got a bunch of stuff I liked. The opening scene was cool. The mission was interesting. The team trying to lockpick was believable. The reveal, the approach of like everything is filmed was really enjoyable. The speech about the Sputnik was cool. The team trying to fake the moon landing was cool. Like the first time around, they miserably failed, but that was hilarious. The reaction of the guy hitting the other one, that's somewhere at some point in the middle. The guy with glasses hit the other one. I will also add another issue actually. Characters are damn forgettable. I actually forgot everyone. Guy with glass and the other one. Like these are even there. I don't even remember their names.
Oh, sorry.
Um,
Well, there's again the character played by the director Matt Johnson, and from the other film. Okay, well, actually, I'm pretty sure they actually didn't use character names for a lot of the. I'm pretty sure they actually kind of just like used their own names, and I think that might be why you're confused. But I think they did that again because on the IMDb it says himself, himself, himself for a lot of people. But again, the I'm pretty sure the guy with the glasses that you're talking about is again the
the
guy with like
father,
the blonder hair is Matt
the
Johnson,
fa-
like the director and lead actor in it, and then the guy I'm pretty sure the guy with the glasses is maybe Owen Williams, who's was also he was the other character in the Dirties with the brown hair.
that's the father. The character I mentioned.
I don't know. I can try to search it up for you.
I also like the fact that the geologist explained one of the place on Earth can
Oh,
look like the
okay.
moon.
Hang on, let me.
That
Mhm.
aspect was enjoyable. The music was enjoyable. The car chase was enjoyable, even if there is a lot of stupid in it. Like, oh, I shoot, but I don't hit anybody. Finally, the guy with glasses, um, self delete was sad. I won't say the word
Mhm.
because YouTube ate that word. Um, so yeah.
Yeah, for
Um,
this YouTube.
what were you about to say about YouTube? Cool. Don't tell me you crashed again.
No, I think there's like a delay on my side. One second, I'm gonna refresh.
So it will come back shortly. We are waiting for him to come back. He will be back. Don't you worry about that. So that's very interesting to see three viewer right now watching. I enjoy that a lot. Usually people watch the playback, but today it's amazing. People are tuning in. Next week we got Ashoka and we got Callback. So what were you about to say about YouTube when you crashed, lagged, froze?
No, I was just like responding to what you said, just being like fucking YouTube. Yep, can't say that. It's like you can't just say somebody's going too off themselves. You have to make it like God.
That's usually what people do when they listen to a podcast. So okay. Um, I don't have much more to say about Avalanche. Do you have anything else you'd like to share about Avalanche?
No, that's about it.
So after thinking about the movie, the score went down a bit more. Now it's a 6.5 out of 10. What is your score out of 10?
Wow, 6.5. Let's see.
Cool.
I'll give it a. I'll also give this a 7 out of 10, like the Dirties.
I like that one slightly more. Um, it was more entertaining. Maybe it's because it's based on somewhat of a truth of someone. Um, so next topic would be, you know what? Firefly. Let's get that Firefly flying. Um, I'd like to start on that one. I thought
Sure.
it was the most uneven show I've seen. There's a bunch of episodes I really liked, and there's a bunch of episodes I thought were very average. And it crushes me a lot because even if I value the show, I feel like it could have been just much better. Maybe do a reboot or a remake of this and make it better. I don't know. It has so many
Well, they
good
did
things.
Serenity, which was sort of connected, I believe, but it was supposed to be like
Yeah.
a finale thing because the show got unexpectedly canceled after one season because of issues. But again, this it was highly touted. It won a bunch of like Emmys and awards, and it's in like the top 50, I think, on IMDb for TV shows, maybe even top 30. So it's pretty highly touted. So I didn't think it was like amazing, but I'm just a little surprised you didn't like it at least a bit more because I thought, with the Adeno, so I thought it might have been your type of show. So
It is. That's why it crushes me so much when some of the episode just gets on my nerve, under my
mhm.
skin. Because the core of the show, I like it so much, but there are just a lot of aspects that are not really made the way I feel it should be done. Um, I as an entity, I will point out to like most of my issues, or before I go over my issues, maybe I will say this. I DM'd you about that, but I had a lot of struggle to go through the show. Even after watching an episode I really liked, I needed a break from the show. I I don't know if it's the runtime or just the fact that when I had issues, most of the time these were the same issues that keep coming back, and you're like, you watch more and you expect things to change, but they don't. So it kind of pisses you off in the end. That's all I feel about a lot of things that happen in the show. Um, so my overall issues with the entire season would be too many characters, leading to a serious lack of meaningful character growth. I feel like this could have worked if we had four main character. But here it felt like a CW show where you have like 10, 12 characters. I don't know the exact number. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I exaggerate a bit. But it felt so crowded. And some episodes are centered around some character, which is fine. This is how you do it. When you do a TV show, you should spend a lot of time on one specific character. But now you got a bunch of character, and some character don't even get full episode for themselves, so they just feel like left behind character. The perfect example would be the mechanic, the girl mechanic, the love interest for the doctor. I don't even know their name, man. I call him the doctor, the sister. It, it's revealing. I spent like 12 hours with these characters, and I cannot name you one name. I call them by traits. The mechanic, the doctor. It's sad. Um, it's sad because a lot of things were cool about this show. Um, so the next thought would be some of the episodes felt like filler, and we got 14 episodes. And in the end, I feel like it could have been 8 episodes, and it could have worked with a reduced cast, of course. But we got like 14, and it could have been like 8 to 10 episodes. Next stop falls into the same areas. The pacing wasn't always great. Some of the episodes dragged on and dragged on. I feel like they were like, oh, let's make every episode 44 minutes. And they must be 44 minutes. Even if we don't have enough story to go for, it must be 44 minutes. So we will add like bunch of shots of space and ships. Oh, and add the shot of him like being there, even if he does nothing and says nothing. Lightning wasn't always good. It's sad. These are my big issue about the overall season, and I do think some of the episodes are a bit weaker. But here I will admit, no episode was whatsoever. I thought every episode were from average to amazing. So even if the overall season wasn't that great, um, it was still enjoyable nonetheless. I will let you guess what would be my top 3 and my worst 3 episodes.
Top 3 and worst 3 episodes for Firefly.
Yep.
Okay, so I'm gonna guess your best episodes were probably. Sorry, I pulling up the IMDb thing to see. Okay, I'm gonna guess your best were Out of Gas, Objects in Space, and
I don't know the title. Tell me the numbers.
oh, the name. Okay. Wait, you don't know the titles? Wait, did they not show them in the?
No, I only know the numbers.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Yeah, I'll do that. But yeah, well, Out of Gas was episode 5, if you remember correctly. I don't know if you like that one or not, but I'm just guessing because I honestly I don't know, but I'm gonna guess episode 5, and then episode 4, and episode 10.
Very interesting. What would be my worst 3?
I'll say episode 12, episode 7, and episode 2.
Very interesting. So my worst 3 would be episode 1. My biggest issue with it was freaking pacing. An hour and a half.
And
An hour and a half.
I
one
knew
episode.
it was going to be episode 1 or episode 2.
like, why? Do a movie at that point.
Oh, they did.
That's how they. Yeah, and I like the movie. You know me. I like the movie, but an hour and a half, one episode. It's like it's way too long.
Again, this is in the Blade Runner, Alien, Predator type universe, so there was a lot they wanted to do.
My second worst was let me find it. My second worst was episode 7.
Yeah,
It was
that's
a
everybody's worst episode.
filler episode. It had terrible pacing. Um, yeah, terrible pacing. And the third worst would be. I know I gave it 8 to something. Oh yeah, that one. Episode 11. Or maybe that's another one. I know I gave another 8. That's actually
Wait,
episode
on
8.
Wait, episode 8 you hated?
No, not 8. Never mind.
Wait, hold on. Which one?
Not
Okay,
8.
episode 11 was Serenity. Episode 12 was Heart of Gold. I know you don't know the names. I can describe the episode. So it says in the premise, episode 11, Malcolm Reynolds is a veteran and the captain of Serenity. He and his crew are smuggling goods, but they need to pick up some passengers for extra money. However, not all passengers are what they seem. Is that the episode? And in episode
Uh,
12 is a companion trained friend of Inara's who runs a brothel on a remote planet, calls for help from Serenity when a local reveals his intentions to take the baby from a woman he impregnated. Is that it? Or
episode 11 is the girl with the episode 11 is with the manipulative cow. That basically backstabbed the crew, but the crew knew it. Episode 11 was clearly my third least favorite episode.
you liked it less than episode 12? I thought episode
Yeah.
12 was pretty poor.
Episode 12, I liked it a lot. I won't
Really?
say it's one of the best, but I liked it a lot. So my top 3 would be episode 4. I gave a 10 to that one. That's why it crushes me. Even after watching episode 4, I didn't have the strength to watch another one. Like, I watched that episode, I liked it like hell. That was amazing. That was a 10 out of 10 for me. But I was just drained. I wanted to watch something else. The second one was episode 8. Episode 8. When they were trapped in the ship. When they were in the ship and they were about to being deleted by the lack of oxygen, that one was great, and the flashbacks were good. And that's the kind of episode that add the context I want to see. I want to learn about these characters, how they came together, what happened when everything started. So that kind of episode is really solid. I just think the overall show did like that kind of episode.
And what about the third?
The third, the third was like somewhere in the middle of the pack. I thought the pacing was terrible with the third episode.
Well, no, I mean your third favorite.
Oh, my third. Okay, my third favorite. Okay, my third favorite. I'm looking into it right now.
Oh, please be episode 10.
It's a tie, I think, between like 3.
Wow.
Maybe 2 actually. No, 3. It's a tie between 3. I'd say just because I just have seen it and I feel like that one was stronger than most of the show. Episode 14. It had the perfect finale. I liked it a lot. But it was tied with 2 others that had the same score, being episode 9. I liked it a lot. And I also liked 6 a lot. But 6 I don't have notes because I had seen it at work when I was on my break.
So you didn't think episode? Oh, you didn't think episode 5 or episode 10 was up there?
Episode 5. Episode 5 was very like middle of the pack, actually lower end.
And,
And
and I mean
10,
that's considered like people's favorite. That and episode 10.
10 is like in the higher part. It's not in the top 3 or 5, but it's in the higher. Like it's right above the middle pack. As I said, I feel like this show was uneven because I gave in my top 3 I gave like 2 10s out of 10s. That's why it breaks me when I give a 7 or 8 to one of the episodes of the show. Like I like when it has peaks, and when it has lows, it just hurts me, you know. I'm
Yeah.
like, I know this show can be great.
Yeah. I mean, I
I
think it's a very well made show though, and very well written though, in my opinion.
yeah, I agree with you. Like, the story is cool. We have really good character moments. One of the character moments that stand out the most is when Captain throws the guy, not necessarily in the airlock, but he tells him, "If you betray my crew, you betray me." That was a standout moment. I really liked it. And
Yeah.
another standout moment would be like when the captain decided to enter a sword fight with the other guy to like clean the honor of someone that didn't want to be cleaned, you know. I really like that. And I will add more to this. That episode with the sword fight was also really good because it brought character growth to the girl. She realized she didn't really belong among the rich. And that's the kind of stuff I'm looking for. When your character have character growth, wow. Despite that, I can't remember their names. I can't. um so yeah, I don't have much more to say there. um I have that love and hate relationship toward the show, I'm telling you. What would be your grade out of 10?
I would give this like an 8 out of 10.
For me, that would be a 7.5 out of 10. I said it. Like, there's no episode that's really bad. There's none. Like, the worst episode are average for me, and the best episode are masterpiece or amazing. That's why when I just get good episode, I'm like, you can be better than this show. But I don't see
Yeah,
myself rewatching that anytime soon.
fair enough. But yeah, I mean, now that you've seen this, so would you say it improves or worsens Serenity? Because Serenity is, comes after this because again they were going to do more seasons of this because it was such a well received show, but it was unexpectedly canceled. So they basically made that film as like a proper close and finale thing.
I will be honest. I remember liking the movie a lot, and I remember it being like one of my top 9.5 or 9.7. I can't remember the exact score I gave, but it's like among the tops. But I can't remember the movie.
Well, you
have
should
seen-
probably rewatch it in your free time.
Yeah, I remember saying I would like to rewatch it eventually, and I do. I will still rewatch it, but based on what I remembered, maybe I would like the movie even more. Um, Maybe it would even solve some of my issues I had with the movie. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe. But yeah. But this is how, by the way, Josh Whedon got his career kick-started. He did direct in such this show, which was how well received it was, and then did the movie, which was super well received. And then he also did a Buffy the Vampire Slayer film. So that's basically how he got his popularity, and then he did Avengers and such.
Yeah, I like the experience. Saying something for the first time is always fun. Anything else to add to Firefly?
Um, no, that's about it. But yeah.
Okay, next topic. Talk to me.
All
My.
right.
So
So you should
I will.
probably rewatch this in the future without the
Yeah,
dub, by the way.
yeah. So I will repeat what I DM'd you for anyone who's watching right now. So the backstory of it, that was a nightmare for me to find a cinema, a theater that had Talk to Me. And on top of that, the one I found was airing the movie had it in French.
Yeah.
And I hate watching dub movies. The only dub thing that's actually good is 24. Remember this TV show back in the early 2000s with Jack Bauer that stopped terrorists?
Mm-hmm.
The French dub is actually great because Jack Bauer, voice actor, is a menace. He is dangerous. He's threatening, and that's the only thing I would choose to watch dub. The only. I don't want to ever watch movies that are dub.
Mm-hmm.
So, talk to me. I won't hold that against you because you're an enjoyable movie. And it's rare I say that from horror movie because horror is not my favorite type. It's not the worst. I truly hate romantic movies. Like these kind of movies are godly awful. I don't want to see them. But like horror would be like somewhere above that, but still kind of low.
Yeah, but
So
I mean, I will say just again, when it comes out digitally, if you have time, definitely watch the original audio. But also in the future, again, if this happens again and I would appear, just let me know and I'll switch the film out quickly for something else that's out digitally.
yeah,
But yeah, I mean, I bet you didn't even know it was Australian because of that.
yeah, I have no clue. Um,
Damn, but yeah, I mean, did you want to start or
uh, I will let you talk.
okay?
Start
Yeah,
on that one.
you'll let me talk to you.
Talk to
That's
me,
fun, right?
bad
But
spirit. Talk to me.
yeah. So yeah, now again, I brought this up on stream before, but again, the people who made this film are actually are or mostly was YouTubers because YouTube has really fucked over their channel. They're basically like done with making content now because they did a lot of stuff with like high intense like gore and everything with a lot of effects and action stuff. And YouTube are idiots and we're like, no, we're gonna take down all your videos, demonetize you, even though this should be allowed, and even though fucking YouTube Kids exists for fucking parents that want to make watch out for their fucking kids, as if they can't teach your own fucking kids, as if they expect the internet to do so themselves. So sadly, they're pretty much done with this shit now. But they did a lot of great stuff, and with gore and everything, and collaborating with people, and a lot of stuff is like taken down now, and a lot of like fight stuff, which is also why it's interesting actually that they've now after their film was well received, they got movie rights to do a Street Fighter film, so we'll see how that works out, but that's pretty interesting in my opinion. But yeah, anyway, so they decided to make the film afterwards, after they got kind of screwed over, like, hey, let's try our hands out in the filmmaking because, we've done stuff that are pretty much like that and with like gore and stuff. And we've also worked with people who have worked on films such as Hacksaw Ridge, like which is a war film by Mel Gibson, has intense gore in it and special effects. So we're like, okay, let's try our hands at it. And yeah, they made it. And it got into Sundance, which is pretty rare for a debut film, and or it was either Venice or Sundance, I forgot, but yeah, I watched it and it was pretty great in my opinion. Now, it isn't perfect, and I think there's one main glaring thing you have to like accept with this film, which is that the characters are gonna do dumb horror movie trope things at times, and you
You
have to
know
kind of.
what? I sorry to interrupt you on that one, but here this time around, I think it made sense most of the time.
Well, no, that's what I was saying. It does make sense because these are like dumb, immature teenagers, and they are,
Yeah,
at like parties and such. But
exactly.
there are points where it's a little So, but outside of that, I actually didn't really have any flaws with it. That and there were some shots that were a bit blurry looking, but out that were unintentional. But and I think that's mainly like something they'll improve on when they make more films and stuff. But again, outside of that, I really had no issues with it. Now, that's not to say I think it's like a masterpiece or anything, just because I don't really have any issues with it. Some films are just like there can be films that are just good from start to finish with no flaws, but nonetheless, I think this was really great. And for a debut film, and rookie filmmakers, they really have a great understanding already at like how to tell a story and a lot of messages visually instead of saying it, and they also have a good understanding of what certain shots mean when you do them. Like for example, in the opening, like we don't see the one character's father, but in filmmaking, usually when you use a shot like that, it means that they have a really bad relationship with them, like an abusive one, like which means like they're usually a fucking abusive asshole, but then we find out later, like, yeah, that was tricking the audience. That's just what she thinks in her head mostly. So yeah, and also I think that storyline with the father was pretty great and was really well done. But yeah, I think all the possession stuff was fantastic and with great effects, and there were so many throw-in moments with it that were really well done. The performances are great, and what I really liked though was with that possession stuff is it was sort of also like a metaphor for like alcohol and drug abuse with teens, which I really like that part.
Yeah, yeah. It's like when they start doing a substance, they want more and more and more, and there's a lot of scenes like the montage where they just keep going at it. It felt like they were passing a something to smoke, or felt like they were passing some syringe or something. and
Mhm.
right after that scene, you can see like the consequence of partying that much with the kid. And that was great. That was one of the
Oh yeah.
highlights of the movie, I think.
Oh yeah, and all the visuals and everything is just all very well done, and yeah, just many amazing scenes. And there was also right, there was one thing goddamn dog barking, for fuck's sake. But anyway, there was one thing I think I'm trying to remember. I think I might have forgotten it, but I'll try to remember it later. But yeah, I mean, all that stuff was really well done though, and a good message. But yeah, again, when it comes to the filmmaking and such, they did a lot of tricks with that too that I think a lot of films have hardly done yet, and they've done it really well. So I was really impressed by that. And again, also the opening scene, before the credits with like the one shot take, I think was really well done as well, and really set the tone for the film and like what's going on, you know. And I think the one character throughout the film, how it's like you kind of put pieces together, with like what's real, what's not, and also like like they like being manipulated and manipulated and stuff, and also over time realizing that
how long she was probably possessed for, or like never got out of it because of always seeing things. Like I think that was all really well done, and just the way the ghost manipulate her, I think that was all done surprisingly well. And I also really like the scenes like after the one kid got into that accident and now he like keeps trying to fucking kill himself. Like that was extreme. Like damn, like smashing his head against the wall. Like that was really well done. And again, this is the type of stuff you can expect from these filmmakers, because they did a lot of stuff like that and really effectively in their videos. So yeah, I can definitely expect that stuff from it. But yeah, I also what I yeah right. I remember I was gonna say right in the beginning there was that scene with the deer, and talking about putting it down, or should you put it out of its misery and stuff. And then I was hoping that it wasn't just going to be a pointless shot and that it would lead to something later, and it did. It was pretty much like a hint at like the whole film, like, and while she's going crazy, like putting him out of his misery per
Yeah.
se, like trying to when going crazy.
The
So yeah.
payoff was wonderful. I think that
Oh
was
yeah.
one of the best payoff we had in a movie we covered.
Oh yeah. That ending was fantastic, and the whole twist and everything, and figuring out, like in the afterlife after what happens, and if you're possessed and then die and they take you, like that was all really well done in the end in there. Oh, so I checked what country it was from. Those you couldn't tell because it was in dub, but the people at the very end, they were speaking in a different language from a different country when they said that. I checked what it was. It was Greece, I believe. So
Really?
yeah, at the very end,
Wow.
yeah, it just shows like
Wow.
people are secretly doing it everywhere. There's multiple of those like hands.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think there are. I don't have too much else to say at the moment, but yeah, I think it was really well done, and yeah, there's a lot of effective shots and a lot of effective storylines, and also sound design. And yeah, once again, I also just like the storyline with the father. Again, I thought that was really well done. How they really make the audiences and everything like think he's an asshole and everything, but then turn it flips upside down. I really like that.
Yeah. Anything else?
No, not for now. You can go.
Okay. I got 5 issues. Actually 4. Sorry about that. Number 1, pacing. But that was only like really early in the movie. Like I feel like the scene after the intro, the scene where like um the main character is introduced, wasn't needed. Like the daytime scene that lasted like 2 or 3 minutes, it wasn't
Uh,
needed.
I mean, what I will say is I think it wasn't completely needed, but I think it was better for the film, because I think the more time you spent with all those characters, the more you care like what happened to the one character later on. And I think if they didn't have a lot of scenes like that, then it wouldn't have been as effective, especially because they were almost kind of treating him like a main character as well at a lot of points. And that, so then when it happened, God, it really hit, really felt bad.
Yeah. But
Actually, I do. Actually, I have one flaw. Yeah, fuck them for showing a KSI video in this film. Fuck KSI. Anyway, continue.
but as I said, it's really that one scene I feel is a bit too much. That already cut off like 2 or 3 minutes of the runtime. Not that the runtime is long, but like for me, it's still an issue. Um, Next up would be, instead of showing the mother's death as premise, they only talked about it for most of the movie. I feel like there was too much telling instead of showing. And I'm glad later on they showed it, but they waited too long. Like they treated this as some kind of payoff, but it didn't feel like one. The
Well,
the
no,
true
I
payoff was
think.
really like the animal
Well,
that.
I think. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. But I just think like there's a lot of layers to that part of the story. I think, and I think what
I don't think there was like they were going for as much of like a payoff or talking about it. I think it was used as a crutch more so to like good to sort of like dive into many elements and also keep the audiences guessing, like what's going on in the state of things. I think that was more of like what it was for because they never actually like fully said what happened. I mean, most likely suicide, but still.
So yeah. Next up would be plot armor on the brother when he got possessed. It is said so many times on everything. There was so much blood. You should have at least passed out on that entire sequence. That I still
Well,
like.
no.
The,
He did like in his when he returned to his own body, but again he was possessed, so it was the spirit at that time, so he didn't. But after he got out of it, or partly because it still sort of had him as revealed later on, or at least the main character thinks. I mean, that's up for interpretation. Then he immediately collapsed.
yeah. Next up would be plot convenience. The sister arrival at the right moment to see what the main character wanted to do to her brother after the hospital when they were like by the road. This is yeah, plot convenience, man. It didn't affect that much because in the end she basically self
I mean,
deleted.
yeah, I mean, I will say you could say it's a bit of a plot convenience, but the thing is number one, she was at the hospital a lot, like almost like 24/7 during that time. And also number two, at the end of the day, it didn't have like an effect on what happened. So because of that, I wouldn't really like chalk it up as like a flaw or anything.
Yeah. Outside of that, I really liked the movie a lot. I also like to think the main character kind of died the moment she entered the other world and she had seen the brother. Um, and I feel like she was possessed, like right after that moment, she was possessed for the rest of the movie. Maybe I misinterpreted the movie, but that's my theory. Like the moment she went on the other side, like I think it's after the movie she went on the other side. Um, I think she never came back, and then yeah, that's maybe I'm wrong on that, but that's one theory I had. Um, the movie and the theme of substance abuse and the meaning and the value of a story being told by someone and everyone perspective is always very important. I really like that aspect. And one of my favorite possession we had was the one where only truth came out. I think that was when the love interest was possessed. All these truth were just spit out. That was a great moment that showcased like some substance when you use them you lose any inhibition. That's all I felt. um yeah, I thought that movie was solid. I was very entertained and engaged, and like a lot of horror movie, I'm scared of jump scared, so sometimes when I kind of expected it, I was moving my hand like that before my eyes so I don't see
Yeah, but again,
everything,
there
so I
weren't
don't
like
have.
really any cheap jump scares in it though, and that's what I like.
Yeah,
There,
and
there weren't like any
sometimes
cheap
in
jump
horror
scares.
movie, I do that, and
Mm-hmm.
when the scene is done, I'm like, oh, okay, I can breathe now. Um, but yeah, um, I liked it. That was just a well written movie.
Yeah, I mean, do you
Highly
have any
recommend.
also Triangle of Sadness? What?
Well, Chad is asking. Um, Chat is asking. Oh no, that's the right one. What's your favorite movie? What's yours, Cole?
My favorite movie is, I don't know if I have one specifically. It would mainly be like by year because I love a lot. But if I had to pick, um, probably A Clockwork Orange or Come and See.
Interesting. But yeah, Triangle of Sadness is just a masterpiece. And I think it will be very hard for us to find a movie that I will like more than that.
Yeah, well, you
Uh,
never know.
I will still give a fair shot to every movie, but Triangle of Sadness is my standard for my favorite movie so far.
Hmm. Yeah, but yeah.
Um,
I mean, do you have any like counterpoint though to that? Like what I said before, like you brought up a flaw, like how he didn't go unconscious after hitting his head so much. I mean, did you mainly mean like the hospital?
no, I meant in the room before they went at the hospital.
Yeah, well, again, he was possessed, so that's why. But then he went mostly unpossessed, so then he collapsed. Then, and also in like the bathroom scene, if you're wondering, then hit his head and not like going unconscious is because he was still somewhat possessed at that time still, and that was what keeping it going, and just the demon trying to kill him, basically, as they said.
Yeah,
So, I mean, do you have any counters to that, or
I still think he had some kind of plot armor there because felt
but he
like
was possessed. It was the demon, not him. The demon
yeah,
then kind of left. Then
felt
after they
like the
did
kid
that,
would have died there.
oh,
The
so
in the
you
room.
think it would have died there?
Yeah.
I mean, it was big head trauma, and they showed it with his wounds at the hospital and such. But
Then
many
he tried
people,
to gouge out his eye or something.
yes, yeah, yes, but many people have survived injuries like that are very tough. I mean, it's not uncommon at all. A lot of people survive head injuries like that. I wouldn't say it's plot armor at all. I mean, sometimes you can like die from that, sometimes you don't. It's kind of random, so I wouldn't really. If it was like a lot more extreme than that, then sure. But I think that was like a realistic amount where he's still okay. Like, I mean, not okay as in like injuries and stuff, but
Ki- Kids are
okay as in not
fragile,
dead.
man. Kids are fragile. Like
Yeah, and well,
you're
he was
still
mainly like
growing, you
he was
know.
like a young adult though, not really like a kid. So,
Well, he was like 12 years old or
oh well,
so.
he was like around, I think, even like 15 or something.
Really?
Yeah, around that age, I think. I don't know,
I
but
I
yeah.
doubt it because
I mean, he was like middle school. I know that he was like around that age.
I doubt it because I can only guess like the main character is like 16 or 17, and the way they portrayed the family dynamic, he should be much younger than his sister, at least like by
Yeah,
4 years,
maybe
you
I
know.
don't know, but I think he was like a bit older than you think. I'm not completely sure though, but
Yeah, um, that's debatable. Still think you had plot armor there.
yeah, I mean, I still think it's fine because people survive those injuries all the time. It's not
Adult, yes, but kids, hmm.
kids too, but again, that's why it was much more serious for him. But again, kids too for sure, and they also stopped some of it. Like he was really trying to hit his head hard, and they blocked it with their hand there. But
Yeah. I don't have much more to say about that movie. I just like the trip a lot, and that's probably the only horror movie we covered that I will rewatch in the future. Um, I liked it. 8.5 out of 10 for me. What about you?
um, fucking dogs. I'll give it a 7.5 for now. Could be an 8 in the future, but 7.5 for now.
So for me, that's 8.5 out of 10. And I like also to share that I enjoyed a lot the other message about um, moving on and because the the main character wasn't able to move on. She was like stuck in that loop about her mother, and her way to move on was kind of sad. It was like
Hmm.
self delete. That was sad, but that was one way some people take. Um, so yeah, good movie. I liked it. I want more movies like that. Um, so coming next, we got Smallville season 6. So what did you think of Smallville season 6?
Uh, I did not like this at all. It wasn't.
Why?
It wasn't bad. I just didn't like it. It wasn't good. It was like below average. I would give it. I thought they really ruined a lot of characters that I liked in the previous season that they did, and I hated that triangle per se. That was unbearable. I hated Lex in the season. Lex in the season was just garbage, I thought, and yeah, I think I wrote down some notes. I don't even remember though. I'll try to like look for them if I did at all. But um, did I even write down any notes for this fucking season? Let's see. Um, damn, why can't I find it? Okay, I think it's here. Okay, well, what I will say is this: at least credit where credit's due. All right, at least they tried something a bit new this season in areas, and I'll give them credit for that. Now, I wasn't totally into it and didn't think it was very good, but at least they did that. Now, for me, this show. I would say most of it is just okay from start to finish, and then there are some great episodes and great moments. But then there are some awful moments and awful episodes. And to me, the reason why this show is kind of, well, this season is kind of below average is those awful moments happen a lot more than the great moments. And it really levels it out more there. Now, I'll say is at least they brought in Jimmy and Martian. I like that. Now, if I would have to say, like, I don't know, top episodes would be like Zod, Justice, Phantom, Nemesis, Promise, I guess stuff like that. Worst would probably be like Subterranean or whatever you pronounce it, Noir, Trespass, Static, Wither. So yeah, I
Subterranean? You didn't like it? Okay, I got, since you mentioned Subterranean,
I hated that episode.
I always remember that episode having the music I like by the end. That's just a dumb fact, but I always like last week. That's funny because last week I didn't think of that, but that's like the one music moment, like the music when Lex is walking in 33.1. That's like his villainous moment when you realize now he's a full blown villain because that like he experiments on people and he is really like more than the shitty guy he was in season 5. Like now he is a official liar, like he was always doing half truth. It was always like that. Half truth, lies all the time. But this season he really fully embraces that persona. Like even him believes in his own lies. That's how I see it.
I
But
mean,
yeah,
I
move
could have
on.
liked it, but they did a lot of shit stuff. I'm sorry, like with his character, it made it by when we got to that point. I just didn't care. There was just I again I like the idea and everything they set up for this season. I just did not care about it after everything else, especially again the fucking Lex Lana Clark stuff. I wanted. Uh, I'll let you talk about that stuff because I'm sure you hated it.
Bruh. Okay, I hated Lana. I hated Lex. I hated even more their relationship. It was freaking toxic. It's like, bro, why? Why are you doing this to me? Look, Lana wasn't always a great character. I will be honest. I ate Lana almost every season. There's not a single season I will say that's a good Lana season. Actually, no. Maybe season 2? No. Never mind. Season 2, we had like the triangle with like Chloe and nah. Lana, I ate you. You're the worst thing of the show. So when I see people praising Clark and Lana ship, you break me, people. Lana gets decent in season 7. I said decent. I'm not saying she's good, but she's decent at that point. And I feel so sorry for the actress, Kristen Crook. I know she had a good career after that because she's looking good and she has some chops at some extent when the writing lets her having her chops. But bro, she must have hated this show so much, man. That's why she didn't come back in season 8. They must have, like, she must have hated this show. I'm telling you. I've seen a lot of podcasts out there about the show, like Michael Rosenbaum is doing. One of my favorite podcasts out there. Um, it's Inside of Me with Michael Rosenbaum, and he had Kristen Krug like at least once or twice, and they were talking, of course, of their time in Smallville, and you can tell by Kristen Krug word that Kristen Krug really hated Lana as well. So when I see that unfolding, man, I cannot unsee it. I'm like, man, she gets such shit material, man. She's like just the object of flaw. She's just like the love interest everyone has, and that's her character. She's like the plot device to break people apart, and this is all she is. And it's sad because she gets somewhat of a very interesting character arc, but it's undermined by so much shit behavior, so much shit writing for 5 seasons of Lana that you forget she had good moments in season 6, where she covered for Clark after learning. Um, I cannot stand Lana. I just can't. They broke me. The more I think about season 6, the worse season 6 gets. And it's sad because Green Arrow is amazing. What did you think of Green Arrow?
Oh, Green Arrow. Wait. What season? Or you just mean the show in general?
No, Green Arrow in Smallville season 6. Because we had Green
Oh,
Arrow.
right. Yeah, right. Yeah, great. And I think that was a flaw, though. They spent too much time working on that instead of other characters.
Too much time on what? On Green Arrow or other
Yeah.
characters? You didn't like
What?
Green Arrow?
No, I thought it was great, but I just think they spent too much time. I don't want to say too much time, but they spent a lot of time on Arrow and for that episode and such, and then it didn't spend like any time really on a lot of others.
Which character you'd have liked to get more? Jimmy?
Him and just again most others. I just thought like a lot of them were undermined and they mainly just focused on that stupid fucking Lana and Lex stuff, and then Arrow, which they did right. But,
That season felt like a Green Arrow season with like the soap opera aspect with freaking Lana and Lex.
mhm.
Um, Now there's still some goods, but Lex and Lana is it's just unforgivable. It's godly awful. I don't know what they were thinking in the writing room. They're like, we need ships. We need love. No, you don't need this shit. Move on. Um, Season 6, I think one of the strength of season 6, because I trashed a lot that season only because fucking love. I I will contradict myself because I will say there was a lot of filler episode here and there throughout the season, but I will also say that this season had a very interesting season long storyline with Lex becoming a villain. Like, just don't think of Lana, don't think of them having that toxic relationship. Just think of his action as a villain to become. I think that approach, that storyline, him being showed as being the enemy of the league, him being built as a future villain, basically was very interesting. And I also like the fact that this time around, Clark, this season, showcased a lot of growth. Because now, Clark, instead of doing what he wants, he does what he needs to do. Because he really wants to go with the league and save the world. But what he needs to do at the moment is to take care of that Phantom Menace. Like, he needs to take out every Phantom from the Phantom Zone. And this is growth because now he's taking responsibility. And he did that in season 4, but a lot of things that happened in season 5 was because he didn't want to take responsibility. So even if that was something he had in season 4, in season 6 he is full on like, there's a mission I need to do, I will do my mission. And then I will have fun, and then I will do this. And this is really cool. Like, the Freak of the Week this season were more interesting than past season, only because they were all linked to that quest for Clark to fulfill his mission.
Mhm.
And the League and Oliver showing up here and there also felt like a connected story because Oliver comes and connect a lot of dots. And by the way, I didn't mention that. I wanted to mention it in season 5, but I forgot. The actor that plays Cyborg, it's very unfortunate. It's very sad, but the actor died. He died. I think he was like, I think it's like 10 years ago or like 11 years ago. I can't remember, but I've seen like his date where he died, and he was like someone like 30 years old. It's tragic. It's very sad. Rest in peace, Cyborg. You're much better than Ray Fisher. Um, Aquaman being back was cool. Bart being back again. And Bart. What did you think of Bart? Impulse. Cole? What did you think of Impulse? What did you think of Bart? I guess Cole internet crashed again. Man, Cole, you gotta fix your internet, bro. He gotta fix his internet. I guess I will keep speaking until he comes back. Season 6. Add a lot of goods. Episodes like Rage are amazing. Episodes like Justice are amazing. And now I will mark down in the private chat. Let me know when you're back. Let me know when you're back. Season 6 has a lot to offer. So it's all about like self-sacrifice. Lana sacrificed her happiness to protect Clark, which is like the only good Lana moment ever in the entire show. Um, but here's the thing: Lana and Lex relationship bothers me so much. I said it already. And I will be honest, some of the episodes have suspicious pacing. Pacing. Um, Lionel was another really good part of that season. Lionel is very great as a character, and that's cool. I really hope Cole will come back soon. Um, so yeah, Martian Manhunter was a really cool addition. I'm glad he came in. He got what 2 or 3 episodes, and these were really nice episodes. Statics, Labyrinth. Even if I'm not the biggest fan of Labyrinth, at least Martian Manhunter was in it. Um, I started watching season 7 already for next week, and it's a fun season. Season 6 as well. Um, please, Cole, come back, bro.
Oh, sorry. Did I? Oops.
Yeah. I asked you something, and then
Yeah,
it
my bad.
slipped off my mind.
I was just letting you talk. I think I dove off for a second.
I forgot what was my question I asked you.
Yeah, it was about
Um,
Smallville, I believe, or something.
huh?
It was about Smallville, wasn't it?
Yeah. Impulse. What did you think of Bart? I just remembered. What did you think of Bart? Like, even if you only had one episode, what did you think of him?
Oh, right. Wasn't my main issue. Those other characters.
It's funny because Bart, at that point, he only had 2 freaking episodes, and 2 episodes is like 1 hour and 20 minutes, right? And he did better than Ezra Miller in freaking 9 hours of screen time.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Bart also got lots of growth off screen, and that's wonderful to see because now you can see the influence of Clark. Um, but then we got episode like Noir, just like what you said, brah, filler trash. um, we got an episode like that in season 7, but I will give it a fair shot when I get to it.
I mean, any other questions, or do you want me to guess what your episodes?
What would be your top 3 and worst 3
Yeah.
episodes?
Again, there were too many for both to pick, so I'm just going to say both because they were very lopsided. There was like 5, there was like 7 or so really good ones, and then 7 or so really bad ones, and the rest were just okay, but more bad ones than good. But so I'm just going to say 5: Zod, Justice, Phantom, Nemesis, and Promise for the top ones. And 2 of these actually involve stuff that we said we hate, but despite that, those 2 episodes were actually good nonetheless. And then bottom 3 again: Subterran. I did not like Noir, Trespass, Static, and Wither. If you wanted me to pick a top and bottom 3 precisely for them, though, then it would be Zod, Justice, Phantom, and then Noir, Trespass, and Static.
Oh, okay. I will let you guess what's my worst 3 and my top 3 now.
Yeah, I think there's probably different ones, but honestly, I'm too lazy, so I'll just go off of this. I'm gonna say Nemesis, Nemesis, Phantom, and Zod, and then your bottom 3, I'm gonna say Wither, Noir, and Static.
Ha ha. There's one you won't expect. More than one, actually.
No, I know. I figure. I bet you 2 of these that I liked, you're gonna have in your bottom 3 because of what they're about, and I expect that because I know stuff like Nemesis and Promise were about stuff we said we hate, but I thought the episodes were well done. But yeah, okay, so Justice was one of them. Okay,
Yeah, Justice, my second favorite episode so
and that's my favorite in this season. But yeah,
I thought Jitters was slightly better than Justice, but Justice is my second favorite episode in the entire show so far. I gave 10 out of 10. All of the S plus are 10 out of 10s. Um, Pro Gen C, that's the Chloe episode, and I really liked it because it added more backstory to Chloe, and Chloe was a good character for most of the show. The only really bad season for Chloe was season 2. She was godly awful in season 2. She was like the worst part of it with Lana. But yeah, I really enjoyed that episode. It's also somewhat of a payoff from um the episode Scare in season 4, where she is scared to become like her mother, and now we get more context to it. So that's why it's this eye, and I liked it a lot. Next up, Prototype. We get more backstory with Lois, and I enjoyed that a lot. And I also enjoyed a lot Lionel, because Lionel was an ally, even if he threatens Clark. In the end, he still did that for Lex. Like, he wanted to be a good father, he wanted Lex to be happy, but he also wanted to protect Clark, because if Lex was with Lana, Lex wouldn't be as dangerous toward Clark. Um, so that's a multi-layers, multi-floor reasons on why Lionel was perceived as that villain to threaten Lana to force her into marrying Lex, because Lex, like Lionel, by threatening Clark like that, he had nothing to earn there. That was just to help what we will learn later as being both of his sons, because at some extent Clark is almost Lionel's son, almost. um, Mainly because Lionel protects him like a father would. Um, so yeah, season 6 had really good stuff in it. Also like Combat a lot, because Clark straight up end a creature life, which goes against his moral code, and that also reflects his mind of state, because losing Lana like that broke him. Now, the worst 3 are Labyrinth, because Clark doesn't have his power. That pisses me off so much. That's also a filler episode for most of it. The only thing that mattered in Labyrinth is Martian Manhunter saving Clark. That's the only thing. The rest of it, it's filler. It's just not
I
interesting.
would have said Labyrinth just because of what it's about, but I'll be honest, I completely forgot about that episode.
It's
I
it's
just
the it's the episode where they are on that alternate reality created by one of the Phantom, and
right.
Clark needs to break out of it. And when he breaks out of it, he realizes Martian Manhunter defeated the Phantom. Um, it's not a good episode. I actually hate this shit. Some of the ideas are really good, but the execution is awful. Noir, it's also one of your worst. Um, Noir is really bad. Um, that's something you can skip, literally, and you don't miss anything. That's like the perfect example of a trash filler episode.
Mhm.
And lastly, Hydro. Now, this broke me because that was one of the Green Arrow episodes, and you know me, I thought it was the best part of season 6. I really like Green Arrow. Like any live action Green Arrow, I'm all in for it. I like vigilantes. They are the coolest. They are the best. They are the most interesting ones. The reason why I drew is that low, the dialogue is bad, and I will be fully honest. Even if I'm a huge Green Arrow fan, most of that episode is, well, actually, maybe not. Maybe it's not that filler because there's some moment where you learn that Chloe knows who Green Arrow is because she's smart, and Lois kind of is misled to believe that Green Arrow is not Oliver. So maybe it's not that filler, but I know I had more issues than that. One of the issues would clearly be that love triangle, man. That was such a topic. With the freaking annoying Lake. I truly hate Lake. Linda Lake is a terrible weekly freak of the villain and like freak of the week. I hate her, man. She was a one-dimensional cow. She's just there to ruin lives. I truly hate that character. It's like one note. Please be better than this shit. Like almost every scene I was seeing her, I was rolling my eyes. I wanted to forget I had seen that episode. And that's why it broke me. Oliver is in one of the worst episodes that season had. I think I mentioned enough how much I hate Lex and Lana relationship. Yeah, that's enough. And that's funny because Zod is quite low as well. So I think overall the season was solid. Despite my issues with Lana and Lex. I really like the idea of it being about sacrifice. So yeah, I think it's time for the grade out of 10. Season 6 for me deserves 8.5. No, it deserves a 8.
Wow, you
Hey.
gave it that high of a rating, really?
Yeah, I really like that season.
Damn.
Like if my only issues is like filler episode and Lex and Lana. Well, I truly hate Lex and Lana so much, but these are my two big issues. I still enjoyed that season a lot.
Damn. Okay, fair enough. Well, I'm gonna give this like a 4.5.
Okay. I think that's the lowest season. I think for you it's the worst so far, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm surprised.
Well, not as bad as that one season.
Oh, season 4, right? Season 4. I almost forgot about that fluke. The season that shouldn't exist. And the worst than that, some people defend this season. Some people are like, season 4 is the best. I'm like, oh, what do you see in season 4?
Don't know.
But man, I'm sure if Green Arrow wasn't in season 6, my score would be lower. But I'm biased. I see a vigilante in my show. I'm all in.
Yeah, it's just again, I think it just they spent too much time making sure he was well written and his scenes were good, and they spent like no time on other characters, in my opinion, that needed it.
I'm a big fan of Rage and Arrow, and these are two freaking big Green Arrow episodes. Nemesis was also cool, but Rage and Arrow are like peak TV, man. The only issue why these two are not in S is because I can bet I had issues with these two. But most of the episode that season ended up in my S plus or my S. And some weird ones ended up like Zod and the others that I less liked. ended up lower. But Trespass, I fully understand why someone would dislike that one. Um, so yeah, that's it for Smallville, season 6. Unfortunately, I didn't have time for Dark Mirror, so the last topic will be Blackberry.
Yeah, well, are we not doing the? Did we not already do My Adventures with Superman?
Oh, I almost forgot about it. You're damn right. We do My Adventures with Superman. Yeah.
Right. So, I mean, I guess we can do that next, but uh yeah, my opinion on this episode was I did like it. I didn't like it as much as last episode, but I think last episode was like my favorite so far. But yeah, I think it was very good as well though. Um it was the first one that I saw this week, so there are things that I don't quite 100% remember, so apologies if I'm mistaken some things. But yeah, I enjoyed the some of the confrontations and action scenes and all that stuff, and with the villains. But yeah, there were other moments that I thought was just a bit filler or not needed, or just not as well handled. But for the most part, I think it was good. But I think it could have been better as well. Like I was hoping for a lot more this episode. I think uh, there were a lot of points in it where I was kind of a little bit disappointed by the outcome. Like I think it was done well. I just was hoping for a little something else or something more. But I don't know. I guess that's just me. But what did you think about it?
I had a blast. I
Wow.
really liked that one. Um, I only had 2 issues. Humor didn't land all the time. Arrogant people cannot aim. People cannot aim. This pisses me off so much. So much. Um, so yeah, these are my 2 issues. I had a bunch of likes. I really liked the flashbacks. The action sequence was amazing. The music was cool. Clark having tears. I think that was to tell the general that he is human as well, and that was the intent of it. And that was cool. Action was entertaining. Emotional talk about being a weapon. Lois' speech, the big fight versus Ivo, was interesting, and I liked that episode a lot. Is it one of the best? I don't think so. It's in the middle of the pack. I don't have much more to say there. Like, these episodes are really short, um, and yeah, I think I would give My Adventures with Superman episode 9 a 9.5 out of 10. What about you?
I'll give it like an 8 out of 10.
Okay, that was short and sweet. Next topic, Blackberry.
Yeah. So let me. I know I wrote down some notes for this one, sort of, but I don't know if I'm gonna have much to say on. Well, I don't know if I wrote down too much on them, but let's see. Mostly, I did enjoy this film a lot, though. I thought it was excellent. But I'm more so interested in hearing what your opinion on it is, so than my opinion. But I'm pretty sure I did write some stuff down. Let me just find it. Should be here somewhere. But I really need to organize these notes a bit better because sometimes it can be a bit confusing. Okay, here we go. So yeah, again now. So we saw the Dirties and we saw Operation Avalanche. So the first one came out in 2013. The other one came out in 2016. So after that time, he did that show, which again we'll watch for the next 2 weeks, which came out in like 20. I forgot the exact year, but both seasons like came out in the same year, I believe, or something. They came out in like 2018 or 2019 or something. But yeah, that was after that though. They then got a bit more of a budget. It's still not the biggest budget or anything. It's still like moderate. It's still not the most, but bigger though to then make this film. And this is now his recent film, which came out this year. So this isn't produced by HBO this time. I forgot what it's produced by, but yeah, it's a very Canadian film though, and I honestly like the Canadian references and everything in it as a Canadian. But yeah, I think so. I think first and foremost, what I'll say is this. I thought this is a better version of what Air by Ben Affleck attempted. So this
Yeah,
not the same. It's not the same type of thing. They're both different premises, but
it's
sort
far
of
better.
yeah, it's a sort of drama about that like try to do similar things though. And Air, I think, was just but this I think was excellent, and I think it did a great job at it. So I think the camera work personally is great, and I think the sound design was fantastic. I thought it did a really impressive job there. The editing is well done. The lighting is good. The premise and ideas, along with the humor in it, is very smart and works. Uh, and the acting by the whole cast, mainly Matt Johnson and Jay Baruso, who's very underrated in my opinion, works very well together and are great. And I guess they have the larger budget now to cast somebody like Jay Baruso for it. But yeah, I think the tone is perfect with what they're going for this. And also, the most important thing is this film doesn't overstay its welcome, in my opinion, with its premise. It does a fantastic job understanding how to tell a story like this and comedically as well. And and also with a premise that can be boring, but also without being pretentious as films that such as Air tried to be, or flashing over the top in a desperate way, as like Air and The Big Short and other films sometimes can be. I think this found like the perfect mix, and it worked. And like their other projects, there are also many references to movies and their own movies that work and are great and work in the scenes. It knows exactly how to make scenes throw and exciting, in my opinion, without any cheesy dialogue or loud music, lazily trying to do so. The way they accurately and interestingly depicted, old technology and even gaming from back then, and groups like that were very realistic and very compelling and cool. And they did a great job with the low budget they had to work with still. And again, it shows just how much they care about this, unlike other films that do not even care about like accuracy in these projects and just do whatever. Yeah, attention to detail in the production and performances, and even just small movements, is very well done, and stuff that many films with large budgets forget to do. And yeah, this is probably one of my favorite films of the year so far, actually, which is surprising. But yeah, again, I really like this guy's work, and I think this is his best film yet. I think he blew it out of the park. And again, just seeing him grow as both a director but also an actor in these films is really impressive. Like you just watch some of the scenes where it's like it's just him and Jay Baruso, acting with each other, and it's very well done. It's like performance stuff that you would not that even a lot of like big name actors in Hollywood would not be able to do. So yeah, I really enjoyed this. And again, the most important thing is I don't think the pacing was slow or poor at all, and I don't think it overstayed its welcome. I think it found the perfect mix for a film about something like this. So yeah, what did you think though?
Bruh, just like any other biopic, maybe I approached it wrong, but since I don't know a thing about it, I just consider this as being one of many movies I've seen. So I will treat it the same way as any other movies. I only had 3 issues. The first one, plot convenience. The old guy just happening to arrive when it's complete chaos for comic relief. That's early in the movie when he sees the best friend with glasses having the siphon on the computer. I'm not saying it wasn't funny, but it was about convenience. Because now his first thought about these characters is like, oh yeah, they are a bunch of stupids. Like, this is an asylum. And I'm glad they paid that one off by the end. And that was hilarious by the end when they paid that one off. But like, as I was watching, I was like, yeah, no. It doesn't work for me. Number two, plot convenience, forgetting the suitcase in the taxi. And don't get me started, because even if he forgot it in the taxi, he was able to retrieve it in a matter of minutes. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know if that happened in real life, but I just judged the movie and I don't think it's good. Next up would be pacing by the end, like in the 20-ish minutes. I felt like the movie was really, really slow because they wanted to hit the 2 hour mark. That's how I felt. But the rest of the movie had great pacing. It's really like the very end. Like, bruh, you really want to hit your mark, do you? Outside of that, you said it did better than Air, because I actually liked that movie a lot, and I was entertained by it a lot. Air, I was bored. I needed to like cut it in 2 and 3, and Air was painful, man. This movie was good. I really like how the characters feel like human beings. Um, a lot of the speeches that they give here and there are really cool. The meeting between the CEO and the CEO dynamic is well represented. Like the bald guy, the angry guy, the bald guy, the angry guy, it's the same guy basically, but that's 2 names I give him, the bald guy and the angry guy. He is clearly out of touch with technology, and he is a great businessman. And that's why their corporation worked so well for a few years, but then it collapsed because they were not able to have progress enough in their company. They just got beat by uh, their opponents in the
Mm-hmm.
market.
Yeah,
And
and again, it's a pretty famous story in real life too. Just they were literally like everybody knew about a Blackberry, everybody wanted one, everybody talked about how they can't live without one, and then it's
until
just they
iPhone.
randomly disappeared, like literally out of nowhere, and never heard from again.
iPhone came in, boom, no more BlackBerry.
Yeah, yeah. And again,
And
this also isn't like a 100% accurate depiction. Like again, you read the beginning. It's also a part fictional depiction, like for comedic purposes, and since nobody actually fully knows what went on, But
that's
yeah,
that's also why I don't approach these movies like they are the reality, because I know it's not.
hmm
Only if you're there, or if you're a documentary.
yeah. And
Like
again,
docu-
they knew that, so they definitely had some freedom to do some stuff as well for
yeah,
creative and entertainment
yeah,
purposes and all that, and artistic purposes.
and I don't watch documentary because I think they're damn boring. And when I watch media, I like story and character arc, and a
Hmm.
documentary
I
doesn't
mean,
have
I
this
think
shit.
documentaries. I think you just there are a lot of like boring or average ones, but there are some amazing ones, and I think you just need to find some. Like, for example, there's one that came out. I'll type the name for you. I think this is the right. This is probably the name for it. If I had, yeah, it is okay. Like I would watch this. Watch this if you ever have the free time. It's a very intense and entertaining documentary, and again, it with a character arc and everything. and also learn a lot. Just from like it starts out very basic and then it just fucking gets so intense from there and what you learn about and everything and with the real world. And another one is this as well, which I think this is the year it came out. Yeah, this is the year. This is another one I would recommend too, which is literally about the entire history of Pepe the Frog, which sounds boring, but no, it is pretty fucking intense, everything that happens. And it's basically like a story of how pretty much of like how like an artist's vision then just like unravels into chaos and just cannot be stopped for all the good and bad reasons possible. And it's like I really think there are a lot of amazing and interesting documentaries. I just think you have to like test them out, and there will be a lot of like average and kind of boring ones, but that are mainly just like Wikipedia dumps. But there are a lot of amazing ones like these two, and that also play with the genre visually still. Understands that it's still an artistic film, just like a fictional film.
Yeah, but yeah, Blackberry, I enjoyed all of the message throughout, and it's very interesting. The most ironic thing is the guy that's about technology, the co-CEO that created and built the Blackberry. He didn't want to move on with iPhone, and he was in denial. He didn't want to move on. He didn't want to adapt and overcome. He just stood behind, even if everyone told him to not do so. I think it's wonderful because it's telling. A lot of people are like that. They just cannot embrace the future, and if you're in a business like that, you die. If you cannot evolve in a business that evolves, you're gonna die. I will bring a real life example of that. I like I'm a rapper, a French rapper, but I kind of took a long break. It's been like a full year and a half. I haven't released anything new. I still have something in the pipeline, but I don't know if I will ever release it. But um, like I used to know a lot of people in the industry. I recorded at many places, and one of the places I recorded, the guy is really nice, nothing against him, but he was stuck in his old ways, and he didn't want to embrace at all the new techs like autotune, like his equipment he had it from when he started. He never really bought new equipment. Well, when something broke, he replaced it, but he didn't add more to his studio. And today, he is no more recording anybody. He actually sold his equipment because nobody was going for his studio anymore, because his pool of people that were interested to work with him kind of diminished. It got smaller and smaller and smaller, and at some point, he just said, "Okay, you know what? I will just sell my stuff and call it a day." And he was recording people for like 10 years before he stepped down and sold his stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And that guy, and it's not even the price. His price was very good considering how good he was, because as someone that records people and as someone that cleaned the sound and that make it sound good, he was competent. He had good knowledge. He knew his shit. But what really killed his studio is the fact that he didn't want to embrace new things. He didn't want to add more plugin. He didn't add anything. It was still like he was doing great considering he had like old equipment. It was doing right. It was doing great with old equipment, but old equipment versus new equipment. No, like some people will go because it's cheaper, but at some point these people will just stop coming because anyway they're not that motivated to go out, and his studio just died. And this reflects very well. If you cannot adapt and overcome, your business will die. It's sad to say, but that's the truth. It's like Blockbuster. They vanished because they were not able to adapt and overcome. Um, and I like all the characters are depicted as human. They are very well written people, and the CEO that has these anger issues, it's very believable. Like when you put everything on one bucket, you're not happy, and you think you will find happiness through being occupied and through making money. It's just wonderful. I like Blackberry as a movie. The music was
I really loved it. Yeah.
the music was good. The message they were giving was accurate. Uh, the characters they had their place in the movie. Um, yeah. I don't have much more to say. The humor was on point. I laughed most of the time. Proof of it, I didn't mention humor didn't land. The humor did land all the time. So for me, that movie deserves a solid 9 out of 10. What about you, Cole?
For me, this is a very high 8.5 out of 10, and this is one of my. It's close to a 9 out of 10 for me, not quite, but for those films, maybe in the future I could up it, but for now I'll keep it at that. But I very rarely give nines and tens to films per year. But again, this is probably like one of my favorites of the year so far, and it'll probably stay that way. Probably be like around top 20 to 30 of the year, maybe even. And for me, that's insanely good because I watch like at least like 1,000 films per year. So yeah, this is a film really loved. So glad you enjoyed it. But yeah, so as you can see though, yeah, I went from the Dirties to Operation Avalanche to now this, which were two films you didn't enjoy as much, but now you think they found their foot in now.
And
At
it's
least
funny
one.
because I kept that one last because I expected that one to be horrendous. I was like, I see the premise, I see it's considered as a biopic. I'm like, bro, I will hate this shit.
Yeah.
And I liked it. I liked it, bro.
hmm Yeah, so again,
Uh,
with the TV show, which we'll be watching starting next week, it's just 2 seasons, eight episodes, and they're like 20 minutes each. So because of that, we will be
oh,
counting them
that's
as a
fast.
movie.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's why we'll be counting them as a movie slot because there were two movies that was gonna recommend that week, which were 3 hours long, and they're both shorter anyway to watch. Also, so we're just counting that as that. But again, same director, same actor, and also and his buddies, and again the guy who was like the music teacher in the Dirties, the guy with like the guitar, is his co-actor and will be his co-actor in that, the other lead. But now, so just to give you background with that, I will probably like rehash some of it next week for the viewer's sake and everything. But just to give you like some information about the show, like before diving into it. It started out as a web series, and it's still there. It was like at least a 10 episode. There might be more though. I did see it, but it was a while ago. Web series online that was even more like very small budget, even more, and improv and such. With the same name, Nirvana, the band. With the same premises and everything. I believe it came out like 2010, so it was before he did the Dirties and all the other films. It was like the very first film he and his friends did right out of university, and it got a lot of fame. And then after he did those two other films, and after he worked with HBO to do Operation Avalanche, he then got the budget to then kind of like remake or reimagine or so the show on a bigger scale with an even bigger budget, and then and they pretty much kept a lot of like the humor and even like reenacted some of the stuff from the web series, but also a lot of new stuff as well. But for the most part, they were able to do pretty much everything besides two things. One of the first jokes in the first episode of the web series, like 2 minutes in, has the main character just randomly saying the N word with the hard R just out of nowhere
Wow.
with just silence, and it was hilarious. But obviously they couldn't do that. And then the other thing is, they made a pedophile joke and they had to censor it, and instead of removing the scene, they let it go on and then just censored it, sort of like in a sitcom, and then just put a black bar saying "censored by Viceland." So yeah, so they but other than that, they were able to do pretty much everything. But also the other thing is just to say what the show's about, sort of in the idea of it. The show is basically about him and his friend in real life, but obviously in fictional form. But it's basically just two dudes in a band they made up just by themselves called Nirvana, the band, and they just and each episode they just keep trying ways to try to get a show at the Rivoli, basically in Toronto, and that's the entire premise of each episode. Then they do the almost each episode, then they do the weirdest, craziest shit ever, and I found it to be hilarious. I'll see if you do or not. But also, the third thing is 90% of the show is improv. Almost every single character in the entire show that shows up in each episode, besides the very odd one, which you'll notice, or like Kevin Smith and whatnot, is pretty much all real people, and that they just improved whenever they had conversations with them, and they even changed a lot of like stories and scripts that they wrote for episodes after some stuff happened. They were basically like improvising 90% of the episodes just based on whatever interactions they have with people.
Yeah.
And yeah, so it's a pretty unique show. So there's nothing really like it. So we'll see if you like it or not. But I we'll see. But I thought it was hilarious and very smart. And but
Agreed.
we'll see what you think. We'll see what you think.
And I was thinking about it since Zeel came back today, or we should say Buckin. I will ask you, and I will ask DC as well later on in DMs. But if she is interested, would guys be okay if she becomes co-host like the both of you?
Yeah, there's no issue with that. Why would we have an issue? It's cool.
Perfect. So I will ask her, and I will also ask DC to make sure he's on board with this as well, because she came twice already, and she looks interested to be part of our project, and I know we can rely on her if she wants to be part of it. She will be
for
part
sure.
of it,
For sure. Again, fair enough. And the main thing is that again, watches at least like at minimum like 2 to 3 films per week or so, I think.
Yeah.
But that anything else understandable if can't in time or anything like that, it's understandable, unlike us. But as long as she watches maybe like around 2 films per week, or like maybe 2 films and like an episode of a show, then that's fine. That's good enough. And then anything else, if she can, then it's a bonus. But yeah, that's the main thing.
Perfect. Man, here again this week, I had a blast. It's a bit sad we didn't add more like it said that Kata had something going on, and Chillmonger was probably asleep or not interested, or maybe both.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people. Well, the topics for this week, as I said, were probably ones that interest a lot of people. But I did think somebody would show up for like Ahsoka and such. But a lot of people said, yeah, they haven't watched it yet. So yeah, surprised them. But yeah, I mean, I guess a lot of people have stuff going on, which is cool. But yeah, again, there's no. It's all cool. I mean, we have a lot of slots always available and a lot of potential guests, and majority of the time they won't show up, so it's cool. But whenever they can, it's fine.
Yeah, at least we had Pumpkin. That was great. I was glad to hear her thought because I
Yeah.
know she likes a lot animation. Um, so, as usual, thank you very much for your time, man. You're amazing. DC is amazing. Take care, man. Have a great night, and we will talk later.
Yep.